Immersion. Immersion. Immersion.
All right. Here you go. Hey, what have we got? Any cupcakes in the chat today? So yes, as per thumbnail, the legendary American Ninja will be joining me shortly. So this is pretty cool, actually. It'll be pretty cool. So I'm also going to be streaming in the morning. In about almost 12 hours time. Right? In about 12 hours time. So we got 38 people in here, that's fantastic. How you going, everyone? A Drummond. Great name, bro. That kind of stream you're in was hilarious, wasn't it? That was like talking to the wall, behind the wall, in a black site, right? You know what I'm saying? There was just no penetrating that. There was no penetration at all. What time is it? 9:53 p.m. So yes. So yeah, in about 12 hours. Hopefully, I'll be able to start streaming Tekken 8. So yes, we got Tekken 8. I bought what else I get? There was another fighting game that came out as well. Flew in under the radar. Which one was it? Under Night, In Birth 2, Sis Celeste. I haven't tried it out yet. So yeah, cupcakes. Can we get some cupcakes in the chat? Get some cupcakes in the chat. That's what we need. All right. Storm Blessers, hey man, good on you for holding your own. Well, I tried, man. I tried. Right. I tried. Just I think the problem is that people don't want to actually have a good discussion, right? The goal is to just say you're wrong. Right. You lead with that, you're going to end with that. So 12:55 a.m. in Germany, Camp Carton. 6:53 a.m. in Michigan. I think I know a couple of people from Michigan. You guys have that big ass lake, right? Who's late? So it should be pretty good. That's the first time I've ever paid attention to Tekken. The game looks wild. It does look wild, man. Yeah. Anyone that is actually moving over to Tekken, or at least giving it a try, two things. Firstly, you can play more than one game at one time, right? Right. You can do more than, you know. You don't have to just give up one for the other. You can still play between the two. Second thing is, if you've never played Tekken before, you're in for a wild ride, right? It is a martial art based pow fighter, right? Awesome. So if that's in your wheelhouse, you're gonna have a ball. But yeah, all you do, load up the character select screen. 32 characters are available. Just pick one that looks awesome. Try it out. That's it, man. Just try it out. See how you go. That's all you gotta do. 4 AM in California, famous monsters. Toby says, heard you and Sikander had a chat. Yeah, that's an understatement. Now, I'll be back in a sec. Hang on. Alright. I still got a little bit of a sore throat. A little bit of a sore throat. Is the customization in Tekken 8 free, or you have to grind to unlock the fighter gear? So, you earn currency, unless it's changed. You earn currency whether you win or lose, and that currency allows you to buy the customization options. That's how it was in Tekken 7. Also in Tekken 7, they had it was like a treasure mode. So you'd play through, and you get like different like treasures as rewards, and then you might get like hair pieces, gear pieces, and stuff. I think that's gone though. I think it's just straight up earning money. So Toby says, knowing Sikander, he's got a hot temper. Yeah, I think, look, I think the problem is though, right? Again, I don't think they care about genuine conversation. I think in some ways they want to try and understand my perspective, which isn't a hard perspective to understand. The game is shit, it's boring, it's crap, it's got tons of grind. It is nowhere near what we're used to as an MK as a product, and because of that, all that's left is just the combat, which in on itself is pretty puss. So, you know. But in Tekken 8 it's huge. I don't know in Tekken 8. I don't think so, but I'd have to find out. I don't want to tell you 100%. But you seem to earn currency, at least when I was in the demo and stuff, like in the beta where we had access to customization. We could earn we earned currency. It was a lot. Like even playing against ghost characters, right? So even if you don't like playing online, you can still play ghost characters of players. So Famous Monster says, if you ever played over 2,000 matches in Tekken 7, whether it was arcade, online, offline, you unlocked every customization. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good, that's a good idea. So. We've got J-Man from New York. From New York. There you go. That's not the right accent. New York. So, yeah, that was an interesting chat. What was it? It was like 4 hours or something crazy like that. You know. We got Tekken Noob 8 here. How you going, man? So yeah, so you'll definitely be able to outfit your character. I'm assuming it's going to have the same amount of options. The same amount of types of gear, like pieces that is in Tekken 7, which is cool. Trevor Phillips says, "Man, I agree with everything you say. Thank you. That's okay. I don't want kiss asses here." We've got Farshad. How you going, man? But I have no idea why Foxy made you known. Because I am the content, bro. That was actually the American Ninja told me that. I am the content. So, cupcake. What'd you say? What'd you say? Right. Not all the dogs are barking. So. Antara75, if you do buy it, just make sure you got the option to refund, okay? So that way, if you're really not happy, just make sure you know the refund options available to you, so that way you're not caught out. He likes fading, he recognizes the MK scene needs a lol cow. Oh, I'm not a lol cow. Looking forward to Australia Day, mate. I am, yes. It's just a funny thing. I didn't realise Tekken 8 was coming out on Australia Day. What a great day. What swamp pussy. How you going, man? J-Man linked my band's music. Oh, did you? Cool. Where'd you put it? Do we have a music section? We don't have a music section. Where'd you put it? Have to look. I'm 48 and I was there in the arcade. Everything at this point is better than MK1. Yeah, man. What are you buying? What are you guys buying Tekken 8 on, by the way? Because I've got mine through Steam, so. Bay Sunbro says, I think Foxy likes fake for saying all things. Look, listen. Foxy's a little bit of a liar, right? A little bit of fiddler. Fiddler dibbler, right? If we stop with the bullshit, it'll be fine, right? But since the game is devoid of anything fun, I have now become the fun, right? I am their personal Mortal Kombat. I'm very flattered, right? PS5, PC, Steam. Xbox, we've got Xbox up in here, cool. Steam can't be F with the consoles, good man. You see MK1 mod with MK9 maps? I think I did see one video of it. A slice of beef lasagna. What is the next combat cast going to be like, I wonder? Yeah. They should be on their fucking knees begging for forgiveness from us. Right now, definitely the content era's making videos of you, and people like Diddle keep talking with you for some reason, even though he doesn't like anything you do. Yeah, me and Diddle had a good chat. Although the problem is though, is like, it's got to be the generation. It's got to be the generation. You know, like you give the answer, it's not good enough. Shogun says, when is MK's newest lolcow going to do viewer sets? I'm not a lolcow, so it must be someone else you're talking about. Title MK is in the house. Birthday shoutouts. Who do you main in Tekken 8? Says Evia Warang. He's my favorite Taekwondo dude. But I'm very hang on. Let's load up a picture just while we're waiting. I told Tom whenever he's ready, so no stress. Alright, so this is the roster, right? Hang on. I'll do it over here. Hang on. Here we go. I want to like go through everyone and try everyone out. You know? Six Arakan is the MK lolcow. Six Arakan is fucking trolling everyone, and everyone's falling for it. 100%. 99.9%. Sorry, I've got to be, you know, watch my words. So definitely Warang, but like I'm really curious about Reina, Victor. Obviously, like definitely a lot more Zafina. They refused your birthday shout out. Really? Did they really, man? Holy shit. Devil Jin looking sick. Yeah, Devil Jin looks amazing. Yoshimitsu. By the way, if anyone's got the game early, don't spoil it for anyone, okay? If you do that, you get kicked out. It's as simple as that, right? Six Arakan is a D transition. Oh. Sephiroth. How you going? Jun and Asuka by default. Yeah. I'd like to try Yoshimitsu because now he doesn't look like a fucking like a sea creature. You know, he's going back to his cybernetic looking ways, which is cool. Oh, did you? Hang on, you DM me. Alright, my bad. Where are you? Oh yeah, you did too, my bad. Oh, excellent, cool. I'll check that out soon, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to listening to that. That's cool. Thank you for letting me know. Half asleep, 5 AM. Wow, that's dedication. Thank you so much. Oos! Anyway. So, yeah. I'm interested in, is it Claudio? I'm kind of interested in Claudio. Is that his name? Right. That fucko at the last, on the right, on the second row at the top. Li Chaolan I haven't used for a long time. I'm very curious. He looks pretty awesome. So... Shogun says he'd do viewer sets. Oh, I'll play people once we get crossplay. I don't give a fuck if I win or lose. Who gives a shit? Oh no, I beat the guy that said that he didn't say that he was great at the game. That's not a win, bro. That's a that's a sad for you guys. Besides, I don't do queef sets. Right. So who else is in the roster? It's interesting. Yeah, maybe Jun. You reckon? June? Yeah. Lei Wulong is probably... Lei Wulong is almost guaranteed to be DLC. Who's shit at Mortal Kombat? Do you think I'm shit at Mortal Kombat? Bro, I got to Grandmaster not using a single cameo. Playing the way I want to play. Right? I don't copy what other people do. I at least think for myself. So yeah, what else do I want? I'd love to see Baek-Dusan come back, but I don't know if they'd have like I don't know if they'd have two Taekwondo guys. They could. You could. Never mind me says I'm just interested in playing. He isn't interested in playing, just yapping. Yeah. Says the guy that makes fucking multiple accounts on my Discord. Yeah, man. Oh, what, you don't think I didn't know that? Yeah, never mind me. He has about 1,000 accounts that he makes. Well done, bro. Keep talking shit. GM is not a good rank. I don't give a fuck if it's a good rank. I got there the way I wanted to do. So there. Who cares? I got told Elder God wasn't a good rank either. No. Don't bullshit me, man. Because my mods have seen it and they've shown me. So yeah. Don't start your shit with me. Alright. Just don't start. Alright. Oh, top half Scorpion. Hang on. Hang on. Which way is he going? Hang on. Is he going this? No, he's going this way. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Shogun, try not to be stupid. I got moderators on my Discord that have caught him out making multiple accounts. Right? Please try not to be like the other people and actually have more than 2 brain cells. Thank you. I can say if it's a good rank, it's a good rank for me. What's wrong with that? You guys are so fucking precious about your, yeah, that account. Yeah, you guys are so precious about your online ranking. It's so easy to pull on you guys and go, oh, you poor buggers. I am bald. I love it. I freshly shaved tonight too. Rank means nothing. Yo, I know. But it pisses them off when I say that. You guys are so fucking easy. Every single time. That rank is not good. I don't give a shit. Uh-huh. Sure, Shogun. Yep. Yep. Do it. J-Man says they never get hugs from women. They're insufferable. What you expect? Yeah, I know. Like, dude, those people aren't clean. You know what I'm saying? Those people just aren't clean. Total MK's only played one match online. Oh shit, man, you're not a real Mortal Kombat fan. Bro, you're not a real Mortal Kombat fan. Nah, you're just, nah, Title, listen, man, you're not a real MK fan. It's all over, bro. That's it, man. Online is full of weirdos, I hate it. Yeah, I hear that, man. I hear that, for sure. Alright. Here we go. Let me know if you guys can hear him too. Alright. Seth says, I will say some people look down on you when you want to play a fighting game. The main reason is the story and characters is bullshit. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Alright. Who's TMK? That's Total Mortal Kombat. He is the OG of MK on YouTube. The living legend. You can't just say something about someone that have no evidence or proof. Is that a fact, bro? Who said I didn't have proof? Alright, let's get some just so we got some something a little bit sexier. Reverend Dogs, how you going, man? Latam, is that Latin America? Have I got that right, bro? Is that right? Oh god, I'm so glad I bought a freaking air conditioner. Oh. You getting an MK sessions to me? If they time me out because my fax hurt his feelings. By the way, before we ban him, this guy called Shogun, this is the guy that does not accept evidence and is stalking me because apparently his girlfriend isn't satisfactory. So mods, you know what to do. You're a clown, but you should give Ronald McDonald your shoes back. You know, his shoes back. And the nose and the hair. This dude is like a fucking like stalker ex-girlfriend. I accused him of something and he proved me wrong. First sip of caffeine. How you going, Outworld Dragoon? He's the key. He's gonna key your car type. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's probably still watching. Can we get some cupcakes in the chat? We need some cupcakes in the chat. This is like one of the best Mortal Kombat intros ever. I'm pallet swap invasions. Stormbless with the $10. Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you. What do you think of Street Fighter, and how do you go about jumping between different fighting games with different mechanics? Just because going from MK to Street Fighter is so weird for myself. Well, I've played all different fighting games, so I kind of have the nuance to like go, oh, okay, well, this is how, you know, like once you sort of know how each one plays. Sort of, yeah, it kind of just sticks. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad. If you've never played it before, yeah, it's gonna be yeah, it'll be an eye opener. But you know, stick with it. See how you go. You know. Revendox, good to see you don't censor. Oh no, but I banned that stalker fucko. Yeah, he's unhinged, man. Like guys like that, right? I wouldn't trust with a bag of oxygen. So Seeker! Look who was awake. Didn't even tell me he was on. Oh, it's a surprise, baby. It's a surprise! Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised, given the success of Tekken 8, no doubt. I wonder if they go back to a 3D model. Someone said that yesterday, I think. Yeah, wasn't it Diddle or the day before? He was kind of hoping that when they brought out MK9 that we're going to go back to 3D. If 3D means that we get like those arenas again, that'd be cool. So, Sephiroth says no problem switching between MK and Tekken. Playing Forspoken and... Oh, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. Do you like it? Because that got panned. Right. That got panned. Outlaws was Shogun Vector. Yeah, it's him. Yeah, it's definitely him. Yeah. Dude's got a fucking heart on. He can't let it go. He got exposed. Right. Grown ass gimp. The girls in Tekken look the same. Do you like cupcakes too? I was expecting that. On PC I know it's crap, but on PS5 it's better. Enjoy the story and gameplay. Yeah, but doesn't I am thinking of the same one, right? I am thinking of the same game. Hang on, let me have a look. Yeah, it is that one. Yeah. So it's alright. Rain and Asuka got the same face. Rolo's in the chat. Well, I'll tell you what, man. I don't give a fuck if all the chicks look the same, right, in Tekken, because at least they look like chicks, okay? I'm not going to be on top of them, you know, getting my kangaroo on, and looking at the face going, you know, that looks a little bit like Mike fucking Tyson, right? I don't have to worry about that with Tekken chicks, okay? Most likely, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Grim Hyper, how you going, man? Yep, just waiting on the Tom. Street Fighter women are the best, aren't they? Like, I mean, Cammy's alright, but isn't that Marissa bitch looking like a bit rough? Did you ever talk to Tweety? No, I haven't talked to Tweety actually. I talked to him. As long as he's nice. I ain't dealing with disingenuous fucks anymore, right? Because now after talking to a whole bunch of these guys, they don't have, their agenda is not conversation. Their agenda is a soundbite. Right. And all of us are far more important than them. Nerdrotic is good. Nerdrotic is a legend. He's fantastic. Yeah, he's great. How long till Tekken 8 unlocks? 10 a.m. 10 a.m. So in 11 and a half hours for me. And yes, I will be streaming. Cicada was such a joke when I watched that stream. Oh, did you watch it, man? You know, it's funny though, right? So Cupcake messages me, right, on Twitter. He's like, need to talk to you now, and I'm like, okay, one-on-one. I literally thought it was a one-on-one, right? So I go, okay, we'll do it. And then, like, he's pacing around, you know, and like I think it started off okay, but and I said to this dude, I said, listen, somebody told me that this is all an act. He's going, it's not an act. This is how I am. And I'm like, okay. Fair enough. Alright. Go have a fucking lozenge. Here. Have some. Right? So anyway, so at some point when he's going, you know, he's just getting worse and worse, right? And I say, settle down, Cupcake, you know. And he goes, what? I said, settle down, Cupcake. And he goes, what? I'm not gay. I said, what? I'm like, bro, that doesn't mean gay here, right? Fucking so these people, man, I tell you what. So because of that, now he gets the cupcake, right? Oh, you're so dumb, bro. You're so dumb and bald. Okay. Calling a grown-ass man a cupcake is crazy. Yeah, I know, but I don't give a fuck. Right? I said, yeah, anyway. All right. Yeah, there's some, yeah, Cicada feels you don't know enough about the mechanics to have an opinion and the game changes and balance. Yeah, that doesn't wash with me. You buy something, you can have as many opinions as you like. And if something doesn't seem fun to you, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter, right? That's just a fact. It's a fact with anything. Let's check out the comments while we're waiting. You can't be fooling grown folks cupcake kind of sus. Yeah, okay, Cupcake. God, fuck it, I tell you what, there's not a fucking single amount of, like, comedy anymore. Everyone's just so serious. What's the matter with people? Right? He's lucky I didn't turn around and say, does someone want to butter his biscuit? Okay, cool. Alright, sweet. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of people who need therapy. Some people's like prescriptions are not being filled. That's a fact. Oh no. What's he doing? What's happening? Oh, he's playing. Alright. Alright. While we're waiting. Why does everyone want to do a queef set? Huh? Queef, not beef. Call it grown man, sugar, honey cake. Yeah, you'll get over it though. Relax. Unclench the butthole. Living Post is the only level that's been in most MK games. Yeah, that's true. Like, no one can take jokes, right? No one mucks around. The only time people muck around is when they have their queef sets. Very feminine. Fucking Bernie Sanders. I'll tell you what. But other people may not know I'm joking. I don't fucking care. I'm not their father. They'll figure it out. Oh, hey man, how you going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. I was just having to explain to people that calling someone a
I'm here.
cupcake.
Okay, hold on. Why can't I hear him?
Can you hear me? No. Yes. No.
Yeah, hold on. No, I still can't hear him. Hold on, guys. Can't leave this. Let's see. How do I fix this? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I can.
Okay, my stupid PC switch settings. All right, so what's going on, man?
Not much, brother. Did you see the thumbnail?
Oh yeah, I saw it. No, we're not. This is not. I'm telling. This is not a 20-hour circle thing. So Tekken 8's coming out, so I just want to talk to Fate about a couple things. You know, kind of put, you know, the the cross on the dirt over the Netherrealm. Put the cross, you got to put the cross on the grave. Here lies MK1. So obviously you're getting into Tekken.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had Tekken 7 for a while and mucked around in it, but Tekken 8's looking pretty swish. So.
All right, so so you and I disagree on the combo breakers thing. Yeah. So that I feel like there's so much more to talk about than that with the game. There's probably we understand, we agree to disagree on that, right?
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah.
I think that's part of fighting games, but for you, I think it's a lot more than just that, right? It's like the product in general as a whole, you're not necessarily the happiest with, right?
No, not as an MK game. No. Like it's just so different, Especially like you had yourself has started since the original game. What got me into it was the story, the character design, everything. Like it was just a complete package, and it was just different to everything else that was out there. It looked mature compared to the cartoony games of SNK and Capcom. It was just mind blowing. So it was awesome.
All right, for those of us who don't know, I'm being joined right now by Fate. You guys may have seen him on YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure you've seen him, talk to Foxy, Sikander, Diddle, et cetera. So right now, Tekken 8's coming out, and really, the state of MK is in a really, really bad place. And for a couple of people who don't know, I did, Soup Dog, I did. For people who don't know, so there's a lot of heat around MK11, but what a lot of people need to realize is this, before we even get to MK1, a lot of heat on MK1. But before we even get to MK1, you guys have to realize this is not that different from what happened in MK11. It just nobody realized it. In MK11, Mortal Kombat 11 launched without Combat League. It was quote unquote coming soon. And then even the date they gave for Combat League, when it hit that date, the coming soon date was extended. So there was no Combat League. It was a ranked mode, but there wasn't Combat League where you could earn rewards, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Actually have like a ranked title. Like it just gave you ranked where you were on a leaderboard, but you didn't have like, warrior, grandmaster, god, elder god, all that stuff. So you didn't have the cool rankings and cool rewards. Like all that wasn't in the game at launch. There was no crossplay at launch. And in fact, when they did give crossplay, it was always quote unquote, in beta forever, never completed. And the variation system in a game that gave you customizable variations, it only gave you 2 variations to start, not even 3 like MKX. And those 2 variations had very, very little moves for the most part. Some characters only had like 2 variation moves. Usually of those 2 variations, only one was usable because the other one was terrible and the other one did everything. So the game pretty much launched with 1 out of 2 usable variations, only 2 to choose from, no Combat League, no crossplay, and of course there was no way to filter out Wi-Fi, etc. But it didn't really matter because no one noticed because the competition, Street Fighter V didn't launch in the best state, Tekken's netcode wasn't very good, and you had enough single-player content with Shang Tsung's Island and Towers to, the state of the competition, that was enough to keep MK11 going full steam ahead, right? Yeah. So if you're NetherRealm, and even if you look at the state of MK11, everything has always been the least amount. When the game launched, it was very watered down, very simple, very boring from a very early state. But again, the competition was not really doing anything that was, significantly better at the time. Street Fighter V didn't get its overhaul till near the end of the game's life. Same with Tekken 7 didn't get its overhaul till then. And at that point, people were really starting to come down on MK11, but they had already sold enough, But they did the least amount possible all through Mortal Kombat 11. They eventually gave you a 3rd variation. Again, this is a customizable variation game. And then even when they gave you customizable variations for it, this is the final patch of the game. Look what we're giving you. Casuals could always do they could always go in casual mode, play customizable variations. NRS just unlocked the ability. They didn't give you new content, they unlocked content. So the ability to customize variations was locked in competitive mode, they just unlocked it. So it was always this. They didn't really give you anything new, they just gave you delayed content, not new content. The whole life of MK11 has always been do the least amount of effort possible to make money. And it was okay. So of course, when MK1 came out, if you're Warner Brothers in NetherRealm, why would you do anything different? We were always able to get away with the least amount possible, maximize our profit, and if anybody spoke up, they were like slapped down for a hater and everything's fine and be patient everybody, it's coming, and it never did, and we made a ton of money, so we'll just do it again. If you're able to do the same thing and make money, why would you change it? And make more money than everybody else.
Yeah.
The difference is that this time around, Street Fighter 6 launched in a much better state, right? And now Tekken has a lot of buzz, I feel like largely because of MK1, you know, being the way it is. It's brought a lot of people over to, hey, look what Tekken 8's doing. And, you know, it seems like Harada has been like doing everything he can to, you know, like the Tekken community. What can we do for you? You know, how can we make things better for you? How can we make the game better? How can we make the game more enjoyable? Meanwhile, NRS is like, we're going to tell you nothing. You know, just be patient because we said so. We give you nothing. Don't expect any content. And we don't have to tell you anything. And you're going to pay through the nose and like it. That's pretty much what NRS and Warner Brothers have been doing. But when you think about it, I mean, I know you played MK11 as well. I mean, did you even notice how if you think about it, the game was pretty bare bones. Coming into MK1, besides the combo breakers, give me some other things that you just, as a paying customer, say, this is just not what I paid for.
So when I first got it, like the very first thing that turned me off was the loot boxing aspect of the game. So once you got into the crypts, you know, like previous crypts, you think, okay, well, I can go through the crypts, I'm going to be able to unlock all this stuff or target something. So say you're after a peaceful reptile, you go down to this floor, this part of the cavern, etc., get it. That was all changed. So they made it completely randomized, and they could do that. You know, you clear everything out, and then you could pay a fee to then fill up all the chests again and go back in. I thought, okay, all right, this is where we're going. They basically turned MK11 to a giant loot box. So while like a lot of people seem to not mind that, it was also around that time, you know, when all the loot boxing stuff was going nuts. Overwatch was under the microscope for what it was doing. A lot of games since then have removed a lot of that sort of mechanic, because I think in some parts in Europe they've actually like banned that sort of loot boxing in games, so they couldn't do it again in MK1. So that turned me off.
I'm glad you brought that up really quick. I forgot about that. So for people that don't realize what Fate is talking about in MK11, so when MK11 launched, another thing they did that nobody remembers is, so in games like MKX, for example, you could just pay a fee, $20 to unlock all. Yep. But you got all the skins, all the whatever, so it was worth the buy because it saved you time. And if you wanted to do it for fun, you could. But it was just a flat fee, everything's unlocked, and then you had everything, that was it, right? People didn't seem to mind that because it saved them time, and they got a lot for that $20, right? And unlock all. So it wasn't necessarily loot boxing, it was just a one-time thing, and then you really didn't have to pay anything for the rest of the game. Tekken Master, we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. I'm just showing the trend here right now, right? When MK11 came out, a lot of people felt something similar. Because in Justice 1, you could buy the time crystals, and you could buy anything you want with time crystals. So when MK11 came out, the first thing you saw when you loaded up the game was, well, not time crystals, so it was source crystals. MK11 was time crystals. Was buy time crystals.
Yep.
We just thought of Tekken Master, but I'm getting there because I'm a competitive player, so I want to hit on the competitive stuff a lot. I just want to hit on some of the casual stuff, and then I'm going to go to like what players like that are a competitive player really where it hurts it for us. So the very first thing you saw when you logged into MK11, so on top of everything we mentioned, where MK11 launched with only 2 variations, only one was usable, It launched with no Combat League, no crossplay, just a lot of everything else that it didn't have when the game launched. Very, very, very watered down still. As soon as you bought the game, you log in, it says, buy time crystals. Do you want a $40 package, a $50 package, a $20? Now, most people were thinking, like MKX, where you just got the game, you don't know anything, where you could buy X and target what you want, right? Or Injustice, you could buy source crystals and individually go into the characters and buy whatever skins or color, whatever you want, right? They thought, okay, I'll do this. But they didn't give you anything to spend your content on, because the only thing you could spend time crystals on was what was in the shop, and it was a very limited number. So they started out with FOMO, where if you don't buy this now, it refreshes, you may not see it for a month. Then 2, you couldn't actually go in and buy what you wanted to buy. When you went into your character stuff, those things were not for sale. You had to wait till it came around into the shop to buy it. So they tricked you into buying a whole bunch of time crystals in the beginning, thinking you could buy what you want for your character instead of waiting to unlock it. And not only could you not unlock it, but you also couldn't buy it, because you could only buy what they told you to buy on that particular day. So it was already a kind of like a smoke and mirrors type of thing, where it was already a cash grab just to start. And then, of course, like you said, in the crypt, you could, whatever, and reset it and whatever. But overall, MK11 really started out that way, and it got even worse than MK1.
There was something else you can add to that too. I didn't like the art, like the fucking choose your own ability shit either. Like, that really annoys me. Like, I just want my character, I want him stacked, and that's it, or her. I didn't like the fact of going in and going, I want to have those. Like, no, you can't have that because that'll conflict and shit. I fucking hated that.
Oh, yeah. Conflicting things. Well, the thing is, they never updated the game. So the problem is, they would have certain... So when games are made, as a studio, for example, the game was only designed to have originally 2 playable variations. The game was also rushed. The beta had customizable, but the game launched with 2 playable. So in reality, like, their whole thing was just get the moves in the game. And they even made comments in previous interviews, we could always go back and change this, change that. So I'm really sure their intention was always go back in, readjust things, readjust conflictions, etc.
Yeah.
COVID hit, which supposedly shut that studio down. And while Capcom could do an overhaul, and Namco could do an overhaul, and everybody could do an overhaul on their game, Mortal Kombat 11 is the one that couldn't get anything. So they never went back and they fixed any of that. But the thing is, not only did they repeat the same business practice in MK1, MK turned into what was solid into a gimmick. The variations were a gimmick. MK9 was not the best game ever, not even close. It was so beloved because of the freedom that the characters had. Now, it wasn't balanced or any of that other shit, but in reality, no game is balanced, and if you care about that, welcome to MK11, and welcome to the failed attempt at MK1, where you have Shujinko as a cameo, and then Chameleon as a cameo in the same game. What it was, it's like taking Tekken and saying, do you want Kazuya to have an electric? Do you want him to have no electric and a hell sweep? Or do you want to have no electric and a hell sweep but a thunder god? And if the Tekken community would just say, well, why can't I have all 3? Why do I have to choose? The variation system was very gimmicky. And it got worse with MK11 because then they launched with 2 variations, not even 3. And the customizable variations didn't go the way they thought it would. And this game, instead of variations, the cameos are the gimmick. Like Kung Lao is very watered down because they gave all of his moves to his cameo. So Kung Lao, if you took Kung Lao and you gave him his low hat, and you gave him his teleport, and you gave him his old spin and his forward moving spin, the cameo doesn't have the old spin, it has only the forward spin. He would not be, you could have given him his armored move, but make the second hit a high, and he would have teleport and all this. He'd have such a more freestyle way to play. They took all his moves, gave it to his cameo, and hence the gimmick was born. The cameo ends up being a lot more gimmicky than anything else. And just from a player point of view, from my point of view anyway, it just doesn't feel, it feels like the game is built on 2 different principles. And on one principle, you're going to have Kenshi, you're going to have Raiden Kano, and you're going to, you know, the characters are going to be crazy. The cameo use is going to be like cameos everywhere and what's going on. Look at Chameleon. Then you have other cameos that are extremely toned down, extremely watered down, long cooldowns. They're not really available. They can't be used. And then the characters are watered down as well. So these characters and cameos let the shit hit the fan. And these characters and cameos, let's be really, really, really careful on. The two ideals don't mix. The game is in a very, very, very unfinished state. And obviously you paid the same $120 we all paid. So just in just in how you feel about the gameplay in MK1, obviously there's no single content, but just the gameplay itself, minus the combo breakers, from the casual point of view, because I'm always going to come from the competitive player's point of view, even though I myself am no longer a competitor. That's just kind of how I look at things, even though I'm not a competitive player anymore. From the casual point of view, take me through like how it feels playing the game.
So if I can add a little bit of context to that, I don't like the NRS engines in general. So the way that the game moves anyway. Compared to other fighters, it just feels, it's either feeling sticky, like you stick, janky, stiff, almost robotic, especially when you compare it to other fighters. So when we finally get to MK1, you know, that's still relevant, you know, like MK11 felt heavier, MK1 feels lighter, but the same system that I've experienced is still present. So then, because the rest of the game is shit, what's left is the combat, and then that becomes under a microscope for me. So I started off fine, like it was okay, and I was getting used to, you know, doing air juggles, and I actually really liked the special moves for the characters. But once I started getting online in Kombat League, I noticed not too long into it that I was coming across like a tiny handful of characters being used, and they were literally spamming the same gigantic combo over and over again. Of course, it's up to me to figure out how to get around that, and I did eventually. You know, obviously I don't win every time, I don't lose every time, but I just found that not only does it feel stale, because you're just experiencing the same like opponent and the way they fight every single time, but also the time it takes as well. So, you know, you've obviously seen, you know, things I'll put out about 17 seconds being held in the air and shit like that. So I go, well, this, from my perspective, it's like I could literally put my controller down and wait. That's how long it takes. It's so long in a fighting game when, like, you know, everything counts, you know, every single second counts. So I noticed that, and then of course on top of that is the damage. So I'm like, wow, so not only we're up in the air for so long, then we've got all the damage on top of it. And I'm just like, this is very different to what I'm used to fighting. Now, obviously, as not someone at a high skill level, I've never come across other fighting games where I've experienced that myself. So it probably, maybe was a little bit of a culture shock to me, but it's just not fun. I could forgive the game if the game was kind of like this, you know, incredible, you know, awesome experience with tons of offline shit and, you know, and everything like that, because then the pros outweigh the cons. But there's fuck all pros, and, you know, and then you've just got all these cons, so it's very little left for me to enjoy. And what I do enjoy, you know, some of the character design, special moves, stages, it's not enough to carry it. So then the gameplay becomes the focal point for me, and I'm like, yeah, like, you know, is this what we have to experience constantly? You know, just this stale, you know, the opponent is only going to keep spamming this thing. I'm only going to come across Raidens, Cages, you know, etc. I don't see hardly any of the other cast in Kombat League, and I say Kombat League because there's some stuff in Kombat League, some rewards I want to try and get, you know, and I wouldn't play Kombat League if the rewards weren't in there. I just wouldn't even touch it. There'd be no point. Just like MK9 I think was the last, no, MK10 I think was the last game that didn't have rewards, I believe. I played fuck all of MK10, but I'm pretty sure MK10 didn't have rewards in ranked. So I think that was new for MK11. So that creates another sort of level of, fuck, I really want that skin. So, you know, do I just leave it or do I try and get it? That creates that FOMO effect because it is a limited time thing. So then the combat, you know, again becomes the focal point. Right, I've got to push through the way that these guys are playing to get there, and I have. Like, I've learned, you know, how to get around some of these combos and things like that. But after a while, I just get fucking bored, tired. You know, I don't feel like I'm being, you know, challenged, because I'm just, it feels like I'm fighting a robot with the way that people fight. You know, there's no, you know, variation in the way that they play. They're just like, you know, doing the same shit over and over and over and over and over again. So then that exacerbates the problems I have with the engine and the game moving, and then I just go, what the fuck? If that helps.
All right, so let me explain this to the people at home who are going to sit there and say, this loser Fate, oh my god. So let me explain that in I guess fighting game terms.
Your terms.
What's happening here is, because people will say, wait till he gets hit in Tekken, right? But the difference is, for casual players, hey Bjorn, thanks so much. Bloody Rocker, thanks so much for the raid. When you are playing in Tekken, for example, and you're having a good time, and you're having fun, and you're trying to get some rewards or get some fight money for skins or etc., you're enjoying your experience, and you're just earning those things as you play and enjoy the game, right?
Yeah.
But in this game, because it is agonizing to play, it's boring, it's stale, things are very gimmicky. In a lot of areas, things are watered down, where in other areas, Kenshi can hit you one time, take 45%, and then lock you down on top of the combo he did, what a Fate will say will take 10 seconds. Then you're locked down for 10 more, you know, and you can't move. And if you get hit again, he just refreshes it. So like, you have things on a very watered down scale and things on a very extreme scale, and there's really no in between. So it creates both a frustrating or stale feeling. And then you're just trying to I just want to unlock this skin to get out of this mode, right? And you're already playing very frustrated because you want to unlock what you want to unlock so you can stop playing what you're playing, right? And you're just like, oh my gosh, I can't seem to get there. If I lose, I'm losing points. Now I'm stuck in the air for 17 seconds. The overall experience is very unenjoyable for the casual, because the game is just not stale, not to the extreme in some areas, then watered down in others, and a whole bunch of things that really add to the not enjoyable feeling. And then you're like, I just want to get this skin so I can stop playing. So then when you get hit and you think you're going to lose, you're like, oh my god, how long am I going to be grinding for this? It's not a fun feeling. So I think that's where the point of view Fate is coming from. It's not that Tekken or Street Fighter doesn't have one hit, get fucked, GG's. It's that you're already enjoying the game and you're enjoying playing it, so you're not thinking about, oh, I just want to unlock this fight money or unlock this so I can be done. You're just enjoying playing the game. So a lot of these things, you don't even, it doesn't feel like a chore or a bother. And in this game, it's like, I just want to get to Elder God and stop. I just want to get this and stop. That's how people feel a lot of times. So then it becomes extremely frustrating for the casual.
If I can add to that, sorry, just to interrupt. Somebody left a comment just in my chat, and I actually think it describes it perfectly, what I'm trying to convey with the game engine. They said it has to do more with the animations and the hitbox. Yeah, and that's what I feel with NRS titles. Everything after MK9, it's the animations, hitbox. I think there's been videos on YouTube that have actually broken down why NRS games actually feel, you know, sort of almost uncanny compared to other fighters out there. So I don't know if that helps or not. So.
Okay, I got to see what you're saying. Yeah, we're talking to Fake Dr. Crack. You know, so I take it you've dealt with the desync. The desync has been fixed on PC for a while. You're on PC, right?
So I think I've seen the box once, but mostly what I'm seeing is that it'll go to connect, it'll be connecting. It looks like I've just got the match, and then it will just go disconnect. But it's not coming up with desync. Right, so maybe it's the PC version of desync, but we're not getting, I know the desync error, but we're not getting that. I've seen it once, and then obviously in the game, skipping the intros, that doesn't do anything either, we're fine. So, yeah. But that's getting, it's interesting actually, it's getting to the in-game is actually problematic right now that I'm experiencing. And I'm on I'm land up. I'm not fucking Wi-Fi, so I don't know what's going on. It's just a shit show. Everywhere it's a shit show. You know.
So you have we have that on PC, and then on console you still have the DC issue. I watched Rewind play the other day. It took him 10 minutes to get one set. He played a set. It was DC'd. Search, high ping, 168 ms, 170 ms, Wi-Fi, all this stuff. Finally gets in a playable game, and that DC'd as well. And it took him, and then he was just searching. It was literally for 5 minutes of just looking for opponent.
Can I tell you something? This is real-time stats right now. MK11 on PC right now on Steam has 1,883 people. MK1. 1,252. It is less than MK11 right now on PC. That's a joke. That's a joke. You know, I can't even imagine what the population is going to be for Tekken 8 tomorrow. You know, even Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising right now has 1,753, and it fluctuates because I check. Right, so sometimes MK1 will beat Grand Blue, but it's not often. And I know Grand Blue has a free-to-play model, so I haven't forgotten that aspect as well. But still, popularity is popularity. You know, people are logging into that game and playing it more than the other. So it's just, it's wild.
I want to also talk about, Tekken Master was here, the communication issue. This is really where things break down. People are frustrated. The DC issue was a huge problem. So the DC issue happened as soon as they introduced Quan Chi. At that point, right there, is when NRS needed to say something the first day. Instead, Ed Boon waits 5 days, and Ed Boon says, hey, we're aware of it, we're going to fix it. Then, 20-something days later, they release patch notes, say they fixed it, tweet about it, it's not fixed. Then Chameleon comes out, they do another patch, release another set of patch notes, Chameleon Day, saying now it's fixed, it's still not fixed. And then, a day, not even same day. By the way, didn't say anything. The first patch notes that say it was fixed and it wasn't. No response. We all had to assume. Well, they'll probably try again when Chameleon came out, but they didn't tell us that. Chameleon comes out, more patch notes. They still don't say anything for another day. Oh, by the way, we noticed that thing is still happening. No worries. We'll work on it as soon as we can. They tweeted about it as if it wasn't a pressing issue. No big deal. As if this had just started happening and be patient with us. And it had been going on for over a month. Well, it's now still not fixed. There's not many people in Combat League. And really, the competitive, the casual experience is really not fun in the game. But the competitive experience, I think Foxy made this point, it's not very competitive either. Because you have Combat League, where for one, again, NRS does the least amount of things possible. So when people say nobody asked for first to two in Combat League. What they said was we're stuck in these long sets in terrible connections. Fix your netcode.
Yeah.
What NRS said was, instead of fixing the netcode, we'll just make it so you're in those games less, so you'll complain less because you're not stuck on them as much. And then instead of giving us a true connection filter, they did the least amount of work possible and threw in a deny all filter, which then allows you to cherry pick your opponents because of an interaction with the console, dashboard, where you can now see who you're going to play before you play them and say, no, I don't want to play that guy. So you can cherry pick your way. So it's not even competitive because you're not forced to fight good players. So you can cherry pick your way all the way to Elder God. So your record doesn't mean anything. Making it to Elder God, it does. So the only thing you had for a ranked mode is, from the casual standpoint, look, I'm getting better because I'm a higher rank this season. You can now cherry pick all the way your way to whatever rank you can get, whatever, without ever playing anybody that you consider to be really good. So the competitive experience is not there because the ability to cherry pick is there. Then NRS, instead of even fixing the right thing, made it less games, so it's not even matching the actual tournament format, which is first to 3. Now it's first to 2 in Combat League. So the entire competitive experience is completely ruined, and the casual experience is completely ruined. And then, of course, they don't even communicate to us, like, hey, I know you guys can't even get any competitive sets in, really. It's going to be fixed on this day. This is the problem. We're working on it, and so on and so forth. And so there's no communication at all. And on top of that, the state of the game right now is the pro players are, like, the game is getting stale. They're not, they're obviously not going to make much money in the pro series. And their ability to monetize also is being hurt because people are watching videos less, they're watching streams less, et cetera, et cetera. And NRS would have just come out and say, you know what, we have major plans to really redo the way a lot of the cameos work and really kind of like look at a lot of the characters and really shake things up. If they were to communicate with us and let us know these things, there wouldn't be as much of an angry mob. But right now it's like desync has been going on for over a month. The state of the game is not in a good place. A lot of things missing from the game. We don't know. Okay, we know crossplay is coming in February. What else is coming? You need so much more than that. And then you have Tekken 8, where Harada communicates constantly. The devs and the community have such a good relationship. And it seems like they're focused on what can we do for you? How can we make things better? And then NRS, and I know people are going to blame Warner Brothers. And that's true. Warner Brothers is not, to NRS is not the same as Namco to Tekken, because Namco is not only the owner of the IP, but they also make the game. Same with Capcom and Street Fighter. To Warner Brothers, MK is just some IP that they don't care anything about. It's just disposable. We'll make as much money as we can off you, and then when we feel like we can, we'll just sell you to the highest bidder and get you off our hands. That's what Mortal Kombat has become. So from the Pro Series money, we obviously know we're not going to get help from Warner Brothers. But the problem is NRS is not without blame either, because they don't communicate with us. People say, why don't they make a skin? Warner Brothers decides who gets what money. So even if NRS says, hey, we're going to make a skin, money goes to the Pro Series, Warner Brothers can say, no. Every dime of that money goes to us, which is pretty much what they've done so far. Every penny goes to us. Players get nothing. So that's probably not going to change. But what NRS could do is put us in a position to maybe try to do our own thing, maybe seek another pro league to pick us up, anything at all. But the game is in such a bad state, people don't want to travel for it, they don't want to play it, because it's not enjoyable on both a professional and casual level. So NRS has Warner Brothers doesn't say, water this down, make things simple, make things bland, etc., etc. That's NetherRealm's decision, and they chose to do it. This game is more of a gimmick. The cameos are more of a gimmick than like the variation system. It's more of a gimmick than a solid feature. So you combine all that and the lack of communication, and you have a game with no money in it because the publisher is not going to put a dime into it. The players can only do so much because they're not happy with the state of the game. They're not happy with how long are things taking. They have no idea if things are going to change, when they're going to change. So you have a publisher who doesn't care, a studio that seems like they don't care, and then a player base which starts to not care. So MK1 has failed on all three fronts, and I don't even believe it's going to outsell MK11. And as crazy as this is to say, only NetherRealm Studio could make a game as bad as MK11 and then find a way to do things even worse the next game. Only NetherRealm Studios. And I don't know if you know this, Fate, and I don't know if you noticed this at all, but we talked about this yesterday a little bit. What Mortal Kombat has, people say MK is known for the gore. Look, I can tell you this right now. If that was the case, I go online all the time. Even when you play casuals, I don't see fatalities anymore. No. Because even the fatalities take too long. Even the gore doesn't sell the game anymore. Gore stopped selling the game a long time ago.
Yeah.
What made Mortal Kombat was the characters and the way the characters are. The lore, the characters, the story. And Mortal Kombat has always been about power. Mortal Kombat characters have always been over the top, to the extreme. And that's what those guys are good at. Every studio is good at something. NRS has, people will say, no, it's the gore. Look, if that's the case, Way of the Warrior on TurboGrafx would have outsold everything. Time Killers in the arcade would have been just as big as Mortal Kombat. It wasn't always the gore that did it, because a lot of games have tried to duplicate the gore and failed. Because MK, I'm not saying the gore was the original thing that got Mortal Kombat noticed. You know, most of you kids don't understand the history. You know, they don't know about Senator Lieberman and the Senate hearings, etc. And that got MK noticed and got kids to the arcade and playing MK1 and playing MK2, etc. But in the modern era, the gore is not what sold MK9. It was, you know, everything else. And NRS is very good at power and going over the top, and they're very, very good at that. They're not very good at what they're doing right now. And if they don't, yeah, maybe it sold GTA, but it didn't sell MK. Go online and play 100 games, and you could count how many times you've done a fatality on both hands out of 100. So you might play 100 games and you see 10 fatalities. So in reality, I think NRS needs to get back to what they're good at, which is just making things over the top. I don't know how you feel about it. I mean, you played MK9, you played X, you played 11 from game to game. I don't know if you noticed anything or what turned you off going forward or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like MK9 was, you know, mostly like awesome for me, you know, because there was a big gap. So we had Armageddon. There was like, what, a 5-year gap, I think, before we got another MK game, which was just insane. You know, 5 years, that's a huge amount of time to wait. And when we first started seeing it, it was like, oh my God, they're just going back to their roots. You know, everything was just nuts. The chicks looked hot. Dudes were kicking ass. They brought back all the stages, you know, and even with the story, I'll give them this. Like, I like the idea that they respected the original storyline by sidestepping it, kind of like what they did with the new Star Trek movies, you know, where they kind of went to the side and then went down their own path, right? So a what if scenario. It was amazing, just like absolutely amazing. Then when we went to MK10, it immediately felt different. You know, we were missing a whole bunch of shit, game modes, you know, etc. From MK9. Obviously, like, it was a lot darker, and like, I appreciate the dark tone, that wasn't too bad. But I started to notice, like, you know, changes.
But a lot of people did find MKX fun, like you did.
Oh yeah. Look. Listen, like when I played MKX, I actually don't have anything apart from, obviously, like, you know, to be very specific, the animations and stuff. I actually like it. Like, it's a solid MK game. You know, it had the crypt. I hated the story. I thought the story was piss. But yeah, it was actually solid. But I could tell there was missing stuff. Like, they set a standard with MK9, and then it started going down. We lost battle damage. Right, so we got sweat, but we lost battle damage.
Oh yeah, the battle damage. I forgot about that.
Where you literally have shit hanging off and all that stuff. And so, like, as an MK fan, I notice a lot of these little things that change. Not from, obviously, like the professional, like, combat side, but the aesthetic of, you know, is this a Mortal Kombat game? What's changed? What's different here? I love the outfits, though. Outfits were great, always did. I don't like gear pieces. I think that should just be in a creative fighter mode, personally. And then MK11 came along, and yeah, it just sort of, it was very special forces based, you know, very, very military based type of story. Didn't care for that either. Started to notice that there were, you know, changes in terms of, like, how they sort of portrayed the women. And then, of course, I think it was Steve Baran, I believe. Total MK's in the chat, he could probably confirm. I think it was Steve Baran that came out and said, well, you know, we need to not have women show up to a fight in the beginning. It's like, dude, you're fucking throwing fireballs at each other. I don't think we need to worry about who's wearing what. Like, it doesn't matter. MK was always the medal of fighting games. It was supposed to be, you know, the outlier, the one that made people, oh my God, and get shocked and shit. As you said, you know, it was so full on back in the day, you know, that they had, like, hearings about it. So it was like, well, you know, the modern day was just starting to creep in more and more. And then they had, like, you know, little sort of political things that they throw in there to reflect the modern day. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, just give us a game, man, you know? And then, of course, MK1. And I actually thought MK1 was going to be great, man. I was really excited. The Reptile trailer really got me pumped. You know, at that point, I was kind of like, you know, And then the Reptile trailer came in. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, yep, yeah, this is looking pretty sweet. And then it just seemed to get better and better from there. And then, you know, my son and I played the story, you know, because we usually do that. So we played through the story and we loved it. I thought it was really fun, you know. And then after that, it was like, okay, we'll try Invasions. And my son finished Invasions first. It took him, I think it was 16 hours to finish Invasions. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you know, because it's such a boring mode. It's like this shitty desktop mode that probably would have worked as a side little gimmick mode, you know, back in the day, but no. And yeah, it was just, it just feels like things have been systematically getting worse. And just to finally add, it feels like the Injustice games for a while there have been infecting Mortal Kombat, you know, because then they introduced jumping off stuff, you know, and just, yeah, it just felt like Injustice was having an effect because, like, we know, like, Ed Boon loves DC, you know, and he loves, you know, those comic book characters. And it started to feel like that was starting to penetrate MK. And yeah, that's just, yeah, it's just from my perspective.
Oh, I definitely didn't like the interactable. I think the interactable shouldn't have gone. The backdashing stuff in MKX I liked. The interactables I didn't like at all. Not really my thing.
Yeah.
So to me, the difference is going from one NRS to the other. MK9, through all its a million problems, I will never sugarcoat them. I will never call MK9 the best game, end all be all. However, what separated it was it didn't have a gimmick. All the characters had all their moves, and NRS tried to make all their moves good. Moves like Shiva Stomp, just because of things like neutral jump punch, etc., could never truly be very good. So, you know, but they tried to make the moves all good and didn't really have a let's be careful, let's be cautious, etc., etc. And you didn't have to make a choice. You had a lot of freedom because all your moves were there. You had access to all your moves. MKX was a fun game, but that's when they really started the gimmick of, you know, separating characters' moves out between this, that, or the other. And, you know, it was okay, but they needed to improve on it. And instead of improving on it, they heavily regressed on it in MK11. It was more restrictive than ever. And then in MK1, they got rid of the variation system, but they pretty much swapped variations for cameos. You know, people talk about Kung Lao being, you know, all armored launcher, and do you want more? Kung Lao is a great example because here's a character who's just going to get stale right away. Very simple design. They gave all of Kung Lao's moves to his cameo, and left Kung Lao with just an armored move and said, oh, it'll launch with Goro. So, you know, that's what it's about. So it's very simple designs because the gimmick, you know, had you given Kung Lao his low hat and his teleport and everything else, you could have just taken his armor move and toned it down, not made him about just one move, you know, and he would be about a bunch of things, high mobility, you know, better projectile, he'd have maybe a forward moving spin. I think you should go back to giving him his old spin, you know, quick spin that'll anti-air, etc. Just go back to stuff like that. But no, we'll give it all to his cameo, and we'll give you one move that you are bound to, and you just have to play around this one move over and over and over again. It just kind of shows how the gimmick, that's just one example. You know, I know people will say that's just one. I just wanted to show an example of how they really took from a character to give it to the cameo, and the cameo ends up being more of a gimmick. You know, as opposed to the character ends up being more of a gimmick. He's based around one thing, and then the cameo gets used elsewhere. And of course, like you cameos like Kung Lao, like Chameleon, etc., just power so much stuff, and it really overwrites a lot of the other cameos because, like, what does Kung Lao do? Right, he allows you to get in for free. He allows you to mix with a low hat. He allows you to armor break with it, and it's always available. If you take a cameo like Darius, who's an MK Deception character, they gave him an overhead, which clearly shows they wanted to make it some type of a mix-up cameo, otherwise they wouldn't have given him a move that could open up mix-ups. But the resource cost is high, it's rarely available, and it doesn't do everything Kung Lao does. You don't get to get in for free. It's the best availability for a cameo is availability that's been reinforced with with Chameleon. We see it with Kung Lao. The best ability is availability. And then, he's rarely available, and he doesn't let you get in for free. He doesn't really armor break as well or as frequently. So many other cameos that might be able to give you this or might be able to get in for free. Why would you pick them when Kung Lao allows you to get in for free and allows you armor breaking and mix up? Well, I get all that here. Why would I want to use, if I'm Omni-Man, why would I want to use Sector when I can use Kung Lao? I get in for free and I also get hard to blockables. Oh, I'll take that. And it's always there for me. Okay. So they, and it's the same thing for the way Striker works with some characters, the way pre-patch Cyrex worked, and the answer wasn't really to take, it was to give. The answer right now isn't to tone down. If NRS patches the game and all they do is tone down Kenji, tone down Raiden, Kano, and everything and keep the game the way it is, it will be in a hell worse than MK11. The only hope I feel NRS has is to, I hate to use the word overhaul,
Use it. Do it. Do it.
But I feel like they need to, one, take the cameos and realize why is Kano so good with Raiden when you have Goro, right? Goro in theory gives you a launcher, right? So, and it's still plus on block. So why would you not use Goro instead of Kano? Because the best ability is not the ability to launch with Goro or even plus frames, it's availability. And then it's what does the availability give you? Kano is more available, hence he can get used more, hence you can do more of your stuff, or as you say, spam more of your moves. But that's fun for people. Being able to use your moves, as opposed to, no, you can't use this, now you can't use that. No, I get to use my moves frequently and often, and use my cameo frequently and often. Foxy talked about it in one of his videos. It's not about, Raiden, Kano, tone this down. It's about take the other cameos and allow them to interact with a lot of characters in a similar way. Maximilian spoke about the same thing. He said, man, it just feels so good when you see two chameleons. Because cameos are going off all the time. They're different cameos. The game is speeding up. When you can't use cameos as much, and because you can't use cameos as much, you can't use your moves as much, the game feels slower and more restrictive. When you can use your moves more, and use cameos more, and use your moves more because you can use the cameo more, the game speeds up, and more possibilities open, and things become more enjoyable, and funner to play, and funner to watch. And everything begins to flow. NRS has to take a look at their characters and say, power up, and look at the cameos and say, power way up. And then, of course, they have to fix the ability to play the game online. Because for you as a casual, if you were to say to me, Tom, give me a good game to play, and I gave you all these things, and I said, oh, but the online sucks, you'd probably say, I'm done. Yeah. Right? Because what are you going to do? Play online. That is the only thing that they could do to kind of in my opinion, fix it. Hey, what's up, Pig? Because I feel like Tekken 8 is in a position where for the first time, I agree with Maximilian, this is the first time in 10 years they faltered with their casual audience. But a lot of those casuals are going to Tekken. And a lot of people that say, oh, people will come back. Casuals that are going there are not going there to compete, they're going there for fun. And I think they're going to have a lot of fun when they're there, and I don't think they're coming back. I mean, you as a casual player, I don't know how you feel about it. I know you're going to Tekken, but I mean, I guess your point of view.
Well, I mean, I am a fighting game whore. I buy them all. I love it. I just love fighting games, man. So, if Tekken 8 wasn't looking good, I probably would have waited on it. But it's like a line between anger and sadness. When, as you were talking earlier, you look across the pond and it's like they are literally giving out blowjobs for free. And over here, right, they're going, well, here you go, you could use a cheese grater to get yourself off. Basically, I know it's crude, but that's basically it. It's a fucking joke, man. I cannot believe that the competition has taken NRS's, okay, let's rephrase this, Midway's standard from the 3D era, where they go, oh, we need to make it fun. Let's give them mini games. Let's give them a great story to muck around with and stuff like that. They've copied it. Like Street Fighter, Tekken now, they've copied it. Even Granblue has copied it and go, you know what? We want to keep our gamers in our game. When they finish fighting online, we don't want them logging out and playing something else. We want them to keep them in the ecosystem. It's like think of it like an MMO, right? You know, if you're not raiding, they don't want you to just log off after. They go, oh, why don't you try some PvP? Why don't you try some pet battles? Why don't you try going into dungeons and maybe getting some gear to transmog some of your stuff so you look different? You know, like there's all of these things that these companies are going, we don't want them logging out. We want to keep them in the game. Run around the arcade, talk to people, try out their ghost battles, maybe see if you can unlock stuff, get some more currency, go play beach ball, you know, the Tekken ball that they've brought back in the game. There's so much that can give someone to go, yeah, this is great. Like I've got all of these things to do. I can talk with people in the arcade lounge, like you can in what's it called, the Battle Hub. I think it's at Street Fighter 6. You can do that in the lobby, in Granblue, and even Granblue has a fucking guest book, man. So you can actually open up this essentially like this almost real-time messenger service and type in a topic, and people will respond. These games are building a community inside the game because they want you invested, and when you get invested, you want to know more, you want to play more, and you might one day go, I want to get better at the PvP side of it. So then you'll start looking into it because the rest of the game is absolutely just fantastic. MK has just given all of these tips away and haven't even bothered to follow it up themselves. It's I don't know what the fuck is going on. You know, it's just nuts. So
Cool Iguana says player retention is higher in those games compared to MK. Well, here's the thing. Like I've always said, Mortal Kombat's I agree, Foxy. That is how you bridge the gap, 100%. And one of Foxy's points in his videos is the gap between the casual and competitive have to kind of come together here. Mortal Kombat sells. They can up to this point. I think Tekken 8 will surpass Mortal Kombat in sales, but they can retain. They can obtain more than anyone, but they cannot retain.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat has the worst retention rate, but the greatest obtain. So to Warner Brothers, they're like, well, we don't care if they stay. Once they pay, they paid, done, right? And NetherRealm seems to have a standpoint of, well, we don't care if they stay because once they pay, we look, good for Warner Brothers, etc.
Yeah.
There are many people who says, well, the MK community is new, and that's why, whatever. Look at Tekken. Tekken is just as new as us, and I'm going to explain why. Both the Tekken community and the Mortal Kombat community went through a restart. And I'm old, so I know. I was there. So for those that don't know, Tekken created a game called Tekken 4. Now, Tekken 4, despite me being very good at it, was not Tekken. It was so different from how Tekken had been. Like, Tekken Tag 1 was huge in the Tekken community. But, they wanted to make a game without the backdashing, without XYZ. They really went off script, and it wasn't traditional Tekken. It was not, even though it lived for 4 years, had a lot of tournaments, it was not well received. So Tekken went back to traditional Tekken with Tekken 5. Now Tekken 5 was a big restart. People did not like, they didn't like some of the scrubby stuff in Tekken 5. They thought it was a little too user-friendly. Tekken 5 basically nearly killed the Tekken franchise. MLG tried to pick up Tekken 5, and they would put out huge pots for tournaments, and you would have 20 people show up. And if anyone from the MK9 era remembers MLG, 20 people showing up for like $6,000 or $10,000 is like ridiculous. That's the point that Tekken 5.0 came to the point that MLG was not paying out right away, and people were like, well, MLG hasn't paid me yet. And it's crazy to think about this from MLG, but then they just dropped fighting games altogether because they were like, okay, Tekken went through a huge restart. Then you have like Tekken 6 and Tekken Tag 2. So they restarted their community. And their turnouts were well, Foxes didn't almost kill it. My point is on the competitive scene, as far as like tournaments, the tournaments started to die off, then they have Tekken 5D. I'm talking about 5.0, not what they did with Tekken 5 DR. And then they started to rebuild, right? Tekken 5 DR. Like Tekken 5.1 people didn't like as well. That didn't come out to consoles. DR started to rebuild the community. And then you have Tekken 6, then Tag 2, and then it was a progression. Tag 2 did not. Tekken Tag 2. Yeah, exactly. My point is they started to rebuild with DR, and then Tag 2, and Tekken 6, and then Tag 2 came out, and that the Tekken community really kind of fell flat. So then they started to, but the community was rebuilt by all new players. A lot of the OGs were gone. Most people don't remember Tom Hilfiger, JOP. A lot of these guys, were not around anymore. Core was around for Tekken 6. I don't think Core isn't around anymore. Crow's not around anymore. Just in general, it was a restart in the community with a whole bunch of new players. And Tekken basically restarted itself. It was very, very small and began to grow little by little. Coincidentally, around Tekken Tag 2, MK11's out. MK9 is out. So our communities both went through similar restarts at similar times. And MK9, as far as tournament attendance, kicked the crap out of Tekken Tag 2. And even Tekken 6, right? Well, Tekken 6 was a different era. I mean, Tekken Tag 2, and basically it was just bigger. And then MKX, for a long time, was also bigger. They shared a similar timeline, and it was significantly bigger. But Tekken began to grow, and then MK11 with Tekken 7. Tekken 7 didn't launch in the best state, but it began to slowly improve, and the community began to build, and they got an overhaul towards the end of the game's life. And now with Tekken 8, with the way Namco is handling its community and the communication, and how they're really going out of their way to, what do you guys like? What do you find fun? What do you enjoy? They really have Rembrinator, thanks so much for the sub, brother. They're really hitting the nail on the head with making the community feel supported, making the game enjoyable for both the casual and competitive, and securing that there's going to be a really big scene because of just how much they're doing to the game. Now, while Tekken went from, way down to way up, Mortal Kombat is going down. Our tournament numbers for our first Pro Series at ECT had 297. Just for context, ECT 2013 had 225 people. So here we are in the newest game, a Pro Series event. This is for Injustice 1. ECT now, Pro Series had only maybe 75 more people. So we had 297 at our first Pro Series event, several $1,000s on the line. Not $100 million, but I mean, you think you'd get out of bed for 10 grand, not the NRS scene. And then it had UFA, and UFA only had, I think, 157 people, which is the second Pro Series event. Now, Combo Breaker is not doing well. Third, so whatever. Pig says, if you guys want answers about why things are the way things are now, ask Foxy or some of the people. We're telling you what is happening and why it's happening. Pig, what you do is excuse why it's happening. It's still not okay. And you could say why it's happening all you want. The results are not the same. It doesn't matter. People aren't happy. And you could just say, well, here's why you're not happy, because they can't do this. People don't say, oh, now all of a sudden I think I'll stay around and give it a second chance because they can't communicate, or they can't do this, or they can't do that. The state of the game is to the point where that kind of stuff is mandatory. No one told them to release things the way they are. You could say the game is rushed or whatever it is. At the end of the day, it's just a bad formula. From publisher to developer to community to game, it's a bad formula all the way around. All the way around, it's a bad formula, is the point. And so, no, I understand why they can't communicate, Pig. I understand why they can't communicate, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help. Saying, oh, they can't communicate, you guys don't understand, doesn't help the problem. It does. No one is going to say, because people want to know, when are they going to fix this? The game, I know, Pig thinks it's one of the most fun games he's ever played, but when you got a lot of casuals like Maximilian, like Super, etc., saying, the game's not very fun. More people don't share the same point of view. And at the end of the day, they want characters to be more over the top. They want cameos to be more over the top. No, I understand 100%. I agree with you. It doesn't excuse the travesty. Yes, 100%. And Pig makes a great point, and I made this point earlier, and I'll reiterate it. You see, Mortal Kombat to Warner Brothers, again, is not like Street Fighter to Capcom and Tekken to Namco. They are the creator and they own the IP. They're this one and the same. To Warner Brothers, Mortal Kombat is just money. It's just, hey, you know what? We acquired Discovery. Now we took on all this debt. Slap this game out. Make money, money, money. Even if NRS wanted to create a skin for tournaments, Warner Brothers would say, no, 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 no. All that money goes to us. You know, so Warner Brothers has already shown no matter what they do skin-wise, all that money goes to us. It's just a game that they put out there to make money. And if, for whatever, it can no longer make the money they want, they will sell it to the highest bidder and make as much money they can that way. That's really all it is, you know? It's not really anything other than dollar signs, and it's there to be milked for that as long as it can be milked for that. That's pretty much where we are. And I'm not really sure if it can be fixed, but I think Tekken 8 is at a point where it's going to outsell the game. You're getting Tekken 8 soon. Yeah, so Pig says the chain of command is Discovery, then Warner Brothers, then the Roach is on the floor, then NRS. It's a huge problem. Yeah. And now we have Tekken 8. You're going to get into Tekken 8. I know people, it feels like people are really excited for Tekken 8, right? I mean, you were excited for MK1, but this is like a different feeling of exciting. I mean, is it not?
Yeah, it's it's actually something I used to feel with MK games. You know, I actually, like, I was excited for MK1, but this is kind of like, you know, this is, I don't know, it's hard to describe. It's been so long. Like, I think the last time I felt like this was for MK9. You know, where you're just looking at the game and it's just ticking every box. You think, man, this looks exciting. I can't remember, someone the other day was, you know, saying this, and it's true. When you're fighting in the demo for Tekken, you know, you're hitting people and it feels, you know, I don't know if it was Microsoft. Somebody was saying it feels like a gunshot. You know, you feel like you're smacking the shit out of each other, and it feels good.
Yeah, the effects. Yeah, it does. It does.
Right. And so, and then of course, obviously they're building a really strong social network, so that's really cool. You get to hang out with your friends. You obviously, you know, be able to fight them, fight their ghosts. You've got fun games with the Tekken Ball, and not just that, the arcade space that they've created could easily be expanded upon. The way that it's designed, they could add content to it or expand it. So that way, not only do you just get new characters, they could come and say, by the way, yeah, we're bringing back Tekken Bowling, and you know, that's going to be over here, and by the way, we've added in all the old Tekken games, because they've done it before. Previous Tekken games, you could actually like access, like they'd actually have, I think, which one was it? They had Tekken 1, 2, and 3 in there. You know, so they could easily do it. And that sort of stuff, so then they bring even more legacy into the game. And that just builds a lot more rapport. Like, yeah, that's probably the best word. The rapport, you know, for Tekken is amazing. But MK, it's just like, you know, they're going to just shit your dinner and go, well, you got to like it because, and I see this and I fucking hate it. You know, people go, like when I was talking to Cupcake the other day, he's like, oh, you know, fucking, oh, I'm so grateful to NRS for making an MK game. And I see comments like that everywhere. Fuck them, right? At the end of the day, if they put out shit, I don't care who it is. I don't care how much I've loved the franchise. I will call it out because, you know, as you said earlier, man, you know, they're just not even trying anymore. So, you know, you got to let them know, and you vote with your wallet. You can vote with your voice. And they're the strongest two things you can do, I think. So...
no, 100%. But also, when you, this has a Tekken Ball mode. For those of the community who are not familiar with Tekken, you guys probably were never around when I played Tekken 6 or Tekken Tag, or Tekken 4, etc. None of this stuff wasn't even Tekken 4 anyway. So Tekken gives you so much to do as a new player. Not just in the modes, so as a single player mode, Tekken Ball, we all know that looks, when they showed Tekken Ball mode, did you see the crowd reaction?
Yeah, man, that was nuts. That was crazy.
Right?
Like, yeah, over a fucking game, like just a side game mode. That was insane.
Yeah. And people were like, and they actually had good players playing it. And it looked really fun.
Yeah.
And it made people say, I want to do that. You know, like, I want to play that. People are more excited for Tekken Ball mode than anything in Mortal Kombat. That's the side game.
Yeah.
But Tekken as a new player gives you... You see how new players from MK who never played Tekken feel like, look, I might be overwhelmed because there's so much to learn. Nobody has that feeling coming to Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
You know, that's a good feeling. In Tekken, you know, things to do. The first thing you want, the big roster does help. And MK could have had a big roster, only now instead of dividing up moves between their variations, they divide up moves into cameos and characters, and divide up characters into characters and cameos. Well, I want to address Pixpace that all positive talk about the game is because the game itself is good, but the problems are horrible. So I just want to address it before I move on to Tekken. And I brought this up earlier, Pig. The problems in the game system is there. So like a lot of times you could just see a game and it's just built like crap. MK11 was built like crap because everything in this system was bad. Breakaway, bad idea. The wake-up system, especially initially, not a good idea because you said you liked it, but you also didn't know that these options doubled as offensive options, not defensive options as well. So the wake-up system, not good. Breakaway system, not good. The way fatal blows are implemented, not good. Crushing blows, not good. Everything was not good. Not flawless block up to, not good. So everything in the system, bad. So there was no hope. In this game, you're like, okay, they built on a lot of things. The meter system is back. It's good. The way breaker is, okay, it's all good. It's not breakaway anymore, right? People see some of the characters, they're trying to make the characters more like they've been in MK history. A lot of the blueprint is there, right? The blueprint is there, but then the characters in some extent are extremely strong, and then some characters, and most of the characters in Cameos are extremely weak and watered down and not abusable and not able to Raiden Kano stuff. Raiden Kano was good. Characters in the Chameleon that can abuse this are good. Every character should be able to abuse their moves and abuse their cameo. That would be amazing of a game, and they need to make that. Make moves more abusable and cameos more abusable across the board, and then you'll have a really fast game, but the foundation is there. The problem is, the game itself, again, a little too watered down. Not where it needs to be. Cameos too gimmicky, etc.
And the guest characters, you can cut that fucking shit out too.
The guest characters, I mean, but that's a Warner Brothers decision.
Oh, I know.
Going back to Pig, that Warner Brothers. So Warner Brothers is destroying, and I'm going to go ahead and really hit Pig's point home here. If you look at Warner Brothers' effect on Mortal Kombat on NetherRealm, it has been terrible. As they've acquired more things, more debt, need to make more money, we've seen, like, take Injustice 2. Injustice 2 was the first time you saw the hand of Warner Brothers effect. Because they took Injustice 1 and said NRS was able to remake Injustice 1, so the foundation of the game was already made, they cut and pasted it. So if you're going to rush a title, a cut and paste is the easiest thing. Watered down everything from Injustice 1 that was in Injustice 2, and then added new characters. It was a quick cash thing because Warner Brothers needs money now. MK11 was extremely rushed, right? Like I said, didn't have Combat League at launch. Didn't have crossplay at launch. Crossplay was never finished. Only 2 variations instead of customized. The game was watered down, very bland. Everything was rushed about it. And then we have MK1 where things are even more rushed, you know? So if you look, if you really look at the hand of Warner Brothers, it's gotten, NRS has been more rushed, more pressed for time, and more irrelevant in the chain of command. That doesn't make it good for us or excuse it, it just is the way it is. And Warner Brothers has had a very, very negative effect on Mortal Kombat and NRS. To the point that, you know, publicly, you can never talk about what's really going on behind closed doors about the studio. But at the end of the day, people just aren't happy. And then we move on to Tekken. Let me tell you what people in Tekken are going to come to. You come to Tekken. The basics of the game take work. To learn how to backdash cancel, and then do it very, very quickly. I guess the old term was Korean backdash. There are 2 ways to do it. There's a way you can do it. With the quarter circle back, neutral, down back, command, etc. But that won't work for sway back characters like Paul, Nina, etc. And then there's the other way to backdash cancel that you can learn that works for everybody. There are two ways to do it. One way can be used by every character except for sway back characters. So just in the very basics between movement, when to sidestep, how to move in and out quickly, how to backdash cancel quickly, throw breaking, right? To train yourself to break throws, to be able to see the hands on 1 break, 2 break, 1+2 break, right? All these things are the very basics of a game. To a new player who has never played Tekken, the basics of Tekken are a lot to take in. Before you even get into the complexities of the high level, Mortal Kombat will never give you that. They have strayed away from that to the basics of the game being complex and being something that you really have to take time to learn. And that when you learn, you are rewarded by this in the future as new players try to come in and go through the same journey you went to. This is not something that NRS gives you, especially not in MK1. Although the foundation is there, everything else in the depth is not added to go along with the foundation.
Can I add something to that quickly? Is that okay?
Go ahead. Sure,
Yeah,
go ahead.
it's a tweet by Punk to God. I don't know if you saw it. He said that I feel like Tekken has to be the last fighting game where being better than someone actually matters anymore. Every other fighting game is just about getting your opponent in a guessing situation and possibly winning off of it no matter the skill difference. That's pretty much what you're saying.
Let me explain why that's not true, and I'll tell you why.
No?
No, I'll explain why.
Okay.
Show me what casual off the street is going to beat Punk in Street Fighter.
That's true.
This man is one of the best players in the world. Look, Sonic Fox is one of the best fighting game players I've ever seen. And Punk will 40-5 him in a lot of these games. Punk is just that good. Yep. At least in Street Fighter 5 he did. And I'm pretty sure Punk, not because Sonic is not capable of learning, but because even someone at Sonic's level who picks the game up cannot simply put him in a guessing situation and beat him and free him up, etc., etc. And that's at Sonic's level. Who we all know if Sonic took these games seriously could be extremely good. I think Sonic is one of the best fighting game players I've ever seen ever. So no casual off the street is going to put Punk in a guessing game situation. The difference is, in Tekken I think has an even higher legacy curve than Street Fighter. So Tekken is a robbery game, but the legacy curve is higher in Tekken than any other fighting game, period. Mortal Kombat has pretty much no legacy. Street Fighter has a much bigger legacy than Mortal Kombat, but not as big as Tekken. So if you are even a player who's played Tekken for 1 or 2 months, to try to go up against someone who's played Tekken for 10 years, not a chance. Not a chance. The legacy curve is just way too high. That's why it has that feel. But you're also able to keep around a lot of Tekken OGs because of that. Tekken which is a good thing, because Tekken's legacy curve allows it to retain a lot of old players while bringing in a lot of new players. So Tekken has a very, very high legacy curve, which gives it that feel. Tekken, at the highest level, there's a lot of robbery going on. If you watch Tekken at the highest level, if you don't think one high-level player robs another, they do. So it is a robbery game at the highest possible level. However, but you feel your work rewarded. If I played Tekken every day for 10 years and I became one of the best players in the world, no player is going to pick up Tekken for 2 months and then rob me and beat me and free me up. Absolutely not. There's just way too much in the game to learn, way too much knowledge to amass, right? So not only is it challenging to get into, and it's rewarding to get into. So Tekken rewards you in ways that pretty much no other title does for the work you've put in. Yeah. And just for a new player, there's a lot to do. So you keep old players around and keep new players interested. Faki said, bunch of Tekken players are about to realize they're not as good as they think they are. I would love to see those people go up against Nee or Arslan Ash and show Arslan Ash that he is not as good as he thinks he is. And probably if you asked Arslan Ash, he probably wouldn't even say that he's like the end-all be-all, because those guys are that good but also that humble.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Tekken community is just fun to be a part compared to the MK community. Let me give you an example of that. I would say about probably 10% to 15% of people you run into in Tekken will try to beat you, teabag, and be a dick about it, right? Most people, if you run into in Tekken and say, like, let's say you're an average player, you run into another average player, you can meet up with them online and start training together, and they're more amenable to do that, right? Oh, yeah, let's do that, right?
Yeah.
In MK, 90% of the people would be hold that, stay free, no, I don't want to deal with that, bag you and leave. So the community as Tekken is more MK used to be more and MK9 we were a very welcoming community overall. And MKX I would say the same thing as well. I think that all started to change in MK11. But of course, as people become more miserable and not happy with the game, they just become not happy with the experience, and the community goes to hell. People say they do the same. Maybe they do. But at the end of the day, the community overall is just a little more welcoming on Tekken. But my point is that Tekken gives you so much to do. So at the end of the day, as the new player coming into Tekken, there's so much to learn. Between movement, throw breaking, and then the individual characters. There's a long road ahead of you to become elite. On top of, if you're a casual player and man, I've been practicing, I've been playing, I just need a break from that. What are you gonna do? Tekken ball mode or some of the other features. Like you're obviously gonna play ranked, right? Fate, I mean.
Maybe. I'll probably do both. Actually on Tekken 7 I do both. I just drift between the two,
You're looking forward to the competitive aspect, or I guess the playing games and some of the casual features like Tekken ball mode, right?
Yeah. It's just gonna be fun to load up. Yeah.
When you say you have more fun with a game like Tekken than Mortal Kombat, what is it that makes Tekken more fun for you? Not coming from the, I guess, competitive player point of view, but from the I'm just playing for fun and I have a good time.
Well, story's looking great. I mean, MK1 story was okay, so I like that. But it's just I hate to use a modern fucking term for this, but it's just a vibe, man. Like when I played in the closed network test, the closed beta, and of course the demo, and every single time I just didn't want to stop playing. It's everything from just the menus, the sound, the music, this is a Tekken game. Yeah, and just getting excited to try out a new character. Like I played some characters in the past, but in this game I'm just excited to try them all out. It feels like they've just going ham, and making these characters even larger than life. Like you talk about with MK, they should be larger than life. Super powerful, like real presence. They
used to be.
Yeah, and that's what I feel with Tekken. Doesn't matter if it's a dude or a chick. Like the game makes me feel like I want to play it. Like it's just that hook, and and I don't know how to describe it other than that. You just see it and you just go, man, yep. I haven't felt this way about a Tekken game. I think the last time I felt super excited about a Tekken game was Tekken 2, because mostly I just play MK. Like MK is my jam, right? And MK was pretty good through all that time. So Tekken was like the side, the side chick, right? And so with Street Fighter, like I play them all, but Mortal Kombat was like, yeah, no, this one for life. And now that's changing, which is a shame. And so now we've got Tekken stepping up and going, yeah, we're giving you all the kick-ass characters that Mortal Kombat used to be able to do. We're giving you beautiful, awesome stages like Mortal Kombat used to be able to do, but not just looking great, interactable stuff in the Tekken way that it does. The music is kick-ass, gets you hyped. It's an atmosphere. Yeah, it's probably the best way I can explain it. It's the atmosphere of it. And if you get someone on that atmosphere, you know, you could have them there for a long time, if not for life. And MK, I've slowly but surely, it's like kind of like watching someone that you love die. That's how it's felt. As soon as MK10 came out, or Injustice 1, the NRS Warner Brothers touch, it's kind of like watching someone slip away. And it's sad. As an MK fan that loves, you know, you were saying before about the lore, story, everything, and watching it all drift away, you know, it's sad. Yeah. I miss it, and I don't know if it can be turned around. I think sometimes, I think it needs to fail. I think no game's too big to fail. You know, No Man's Sky came out, got pushed out early, just like MK1. I think Sony wanted to do that, and it absolutely abysmally failed because they overpromised all this stuff. But interestingly enough, they went, right, that's it. Everything that comes out for the game, it's free. You don't pay for a single cent outside of box price. And they have won their community back. It took years, but they did it. So you can turn it around. It just depends, you know, with Warner Brothers at the helm, can they do it? You know, I don't know.
I don't think this game can be turned around to surpass. I think Tekken 8's going to outsell it. Now, it can be turned around as, in fact, if NetherRealm fixes the online tomorrow, big patch, new netcode, the game is super stable online, the connections are great. We gave you a real connection filter instead of a deny all where you can cherry pick. Great. We added online practice, individual character rankings, so all these modes and features are in the game. Nobody will care. They're going to stay on Tekken. People will care, but it's not enough. They need to do all that and say, by the way, really went all out with the characters and cameos. I think many people will come back to check that out. But I think a lot of the casuals will be happy where they are. Because Tekken, like you said, it has what it takes to get you invested. Like you brought up, Grand Blue, these games have a way to get the community invested in the game. And when you're invested in something, you want to stay there.
Yeah. See, I get a lot of people go, well, you know, why don't you just go learn all these big combos and stuff like that? And it's just because I just don't give a fuck. And yet when I got into Grand Blue, because I had the first game, but the second one I really invested in. And again, same thing, at least for me, anime fighter, love anime. Got into it, big roster, new characters added, great stages that also change, you know. So when it goes to the second and third round, it might change to nighttime or a storm, you know. That sort of stuff also makes us, you know, a little bit of a difference too. And I'm like, I'm getting absolutely fucking destroyed, man, in casual and ranked. And I'm just like, no, I want to get better, you know. So I did some research and I learned more of the mechanics. You know, I really like both offense and defense that they have in the game. And so now I'm even having even more fun because now that payoff is really working. Because I feel like the rest of the game wants me there. You know, like the developers have created a game that wants to get me excited to be in there and try all this stuff out. And so I main Percival, I have a ball, I have a great old time. But NK, even though I like the characters, I main Reiko just because not because he's, you know, spammer and shit like that. It's just because I haven't used him since MK Armageddon. You know, that's as deep as it is, man. I just go, oh shit, Reiko's back. Yeah, he looks like a fucking gladiator. Let's load him up, see what he's got, see how we go. And but after a while, it's not enough. It's not enough, man. I know a lot of the guys that are into the combat, you know, and sincerely, I'd never want to take that away from them, right? But the reality is, it's not enough. Combos aren't content. It's just the interaction. You know, it's not enough. There's got to be more. I need that MK magic back. The Tobias type magic that, you know, made me go, oh yeah, I really want to know about this storyline, because then that's investment, and that's, you know, again, like, it's an entertainment product. It's got to entertain, but it's not just entertaining in one aspect. You know, there's a whole host of things. I know lots of people that don't ever go online, man, ever, and yet they're, you know, even in MK1, even though they hate it, you know, but it's still the latest MK game, so they'll still play it, but they'll spend either time playing the story, grinding through the boring ass invasions, trying to get their currency up for the shrine or the seasonal currency to buy the skins, you know, because they like the dress up shit, the gear stuff. You know, what else is really oh yeah, obviously getting all the loot box crap out of the shrine, everything from player card backgrounds and stuff. There's a lot of people that just play offline, which seems to be very shocking to people that, like, you know, obviously in the pro scene that just only play online. It's like, well, how is that exciting? It's like, but this is how it used to be. I mean, there's more MK games in existence with no online functionality than there are with it. So, you know, and we had less, bro. Like, remember MK1, MK2? Like, we literally had, like, one fucking tower, you know, either like 7 characters or 12, depending on if it was 1 or 2, and then that was it. Mm-hmm. But it was enough because the atmosphere there, the characters looked great. It was smooth. You know, the music, like, you know, Dan Forden's music was fucking pumping. Like, it was like investing in this whole universe.
You're talking about like the arcade MKs and whatever, even MK9, right? I want to talk about that a little more. Go into the music a little bit because I want to hit that point. So from your point of view, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, it's just like a movie. Could you imagine watching a Marvel movie or you know, like a Godzilla movie or anything like that, and you just heard nothing except for just sound effects, right? Like, music evokes emotion. It gets you invested. It gets you psyched, or, you know, gets you to move to tears, or, you know, laugh, or just, you know, like, and that's what Dan Forden was just brilliant with what he did with the MK music, because it was all, you know, it felt like the Asian theme, but it was also pumped, you know, it got you into the mood of, you know, of the game. It's like, yeah, I'm fighting in this mystical tournament that's going to decide the fate of the realms. You know, let's get into that, you know. And the music, like everything from MK1, MK2 just took it up another notch, MK3, you know, Ultimate, when they, well, I think that, I don't know, they brought in extra music in Ultimate. Trilogy, even MK4, which is probably like my least favorite from that era, had brilliant music. And in fact, one of the best music tracks from that era, in the, you know, when they went 3D in that respect, was MK Mythologies. The music in that game is fucking incredible. Shitty controls, you know, guarantee you that. I mean, that's like turning a tank in that game. Amazing music, and it felt like Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat's identity is highly tied to the music for the same reason that we fucking, every time we hear the Guile theme, it's like, oh, Street Fighter, that's it. You know, or the Ryu theme from, you know, the stage, you know. It creates this sort of like this, you know, permanent impression in your brain. All the music now, like the music in Street Fighter 6, you know, that street, you know, rap, you know, whatever they're doing, dude, fucking amazing. As soon as you load up the fucking game, it's on like Donkey Kong, right? It gets you in the mood. It's like, yeah, we're here, we're ready to fight. This is street fighting, you know. And the music alone can be just enough to get you hooked in. One song can get you interested in an artist. Just one, you know.
And I agree with you about that. And Dan Forden, I feel like in 9, he pretty much you know, let's just do the best of all the MK games. Like the Tower had the Tower music, the Armory had the Armory music, right? Yeah. So a lot of the sick music that we all love already, right? The Bell Tower had the Bell Tower music, right, from MK3. And then somewhere along the line, I mean, some of the MKX songs were okay, but half of them weren't. Half of them were good. So it started on the down note. And then MK11, worst music ever, and MK1 is not far behind.
Well, you know why though, right?
Dan, well, why?
Because they went from.
Oh yeah.
So this is a really weird, strange. This is a weird thing, right? But like, the characters aren't the only characters to me in a fighting game. It's the stage, and then on top of that, the other character is the music, right? So MK had that. Everyone, when you think of the Living Forest from MK2, if you're an MK fan, you can hear it in your head, right? Everyone who played Mortal Kombat 1 on the Sega Mega Drive, because we got a unique soundtrack for that, everyone remembers the load up music. Like, that fucking shit sticks in your head because they made every stage with their music completely identified together as one. In the later games, they went with this whole fucking, you know, movie cinematic experience with all these, like, you know, sort of like trying to get you in these like little sort of like emotional waves of up and down and stuff, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work in a fighting game like that. It works in Killer Instinct. The fucking menu scrolling matches like the theme song of Killer Instinct. The fucking Ultras match when you kick off an Ultra. The music matches like the hits that gets you in there. It's everything, dude. It's everything. It just puts it all together. And MK,
let me just read a comment from
awful.
Topsy really quick. Let me read a comment from Tekken. They have every OST from every game ever. True. And you can customize the entire game soundtrack to be whatever you want. So there's that.
That's amazing.
Right?
Fucking amazing.
And then even still, somewhere along the line, I think Pig was doing this too. A lot of people, we were like, hire Mick Gordon to do your soundtrack.
Yeah, man. Yep.
I mean, you listen to KI and then Modern NK and you're like, what happened?
Yeah.
You know, so Mick Gordon is, wow, yeah. It's tough to get better than that. And yeah, MK1 is still a step up, but look at Tekken, right? They're just, it's all fan service, right? And MK used to be that way. Let me give you guys who weren't around. Let me give you some example here. In MK9, they interacted with us a lot on streams and the rest, etc. And MK9 felt a lot about a fan service. MKX a little less. MK11 definitely less. In this game, not at all. Feels like Tekken is about fan service. I want to hear your opinion on what you just heard about the music and everything and your experience, because it feels like they're really trying to cater to their real fans of the game, are they not?
Yeah. It's like, I think I was checking on the YouTube channel just then to see if they uploaded it, but I'm pretty sure on their Twitter page for Tekken, they were announcing that, like, you know, I think they were showcasing like stage music. So I think on one stage in Tekken 8, you fight on a fucking meteor. A fucking meteor, man, right? You know, I mean, holy shit. And so they were putting all the music up from, like, I think the stages and stuff, and people just go mental. You know, because it gets you in the mood. You know, you want some fucking...
The fan service is crazy, right?
Yeah.
The presentation, the music, and then say you put in Tekken 8, the music, you notice, right? And then the head effects, the big moves feel big, right?
Yeah.
Feel powerful. MK1, you used to uppercut, the whole screen would shake.
Yeah.
Tekken has a lot of that in there, right?
Yeah.
And they do effects to make the big moves with cinematics, slow down, close-up shots, right? Feel really big, right?
You know, you know, in the arcade, like MK1, right? And you do. Now I gotta be careful here because some people get triggered. Because I referred to Scorpion's spear as harpoon, which it actually used to get referred to in the old days, right? Because that's what you do, you're fucking harpooning someone. Anyway, when you use his spear in MK1, at a certain distance, when you hit them with it, it'd actually knock the character back from the impact, right? So it's a nice little, that's like really cool, right? But when it hit, there was this like this really sort of like chunky, like sound, like bang, like straight into the chest. And the scream's like, oh, you know, and it adds to the atmosphere, like the uppercut, like it just adds to this, like, yeah, man, I've really done this. I fucking hit you with this, you know, and it felt good, you know, and I don't think it ever sort of came back almost better than that. I think, yeah, we obviously get better graphics.
I don't think it has, yeah.
You know, we get better graphics, but back then, when you smacked someone, like if you did a roundhouse, it was like fucking crack. You know, or a headbutt, Kano's headbutt. You know, like I just love doing the headbutting people in the original game just because of the big fucking ting sound. You know, it was just funny. You know, it was awesome. Well, the elbow that he'd do, like, you know,
yeah, it hasn't had that feel in a long time.
No.
I think MKX is probably the last time I can remember a feel like that in any of the moves. Yeah, Foxy says MKX Kung Lao throw on Evo. The way the punches were boom, 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 like there's so much bass in them, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And now it's like, yeah, it just, yeah, where their games have gone, not just, it's such a failing formula from the Discovery to Warner Brothers to the Roaches on the floor, and then finally NRS, the low chain of command. To just how poor the communication process is, how little they care about the community, how little they care about the game, and then to how the game then becomes very stale, very gimmicky, good in some areas, extremely watered down in a lot of others, to lack of features, to just, then the presentation, right? Big moves don't feel big, they don't feel powerful. The soundtrack is not very good. There's no real fan service. They could have put like they don't use memorable projectile sound effects anymore. That's true. Like I could tell you the MK2 Sub-Zero ice ball sound effect. Oh, I love that. Right? God. You can hear that sound today, you'll know exactly what it was, right?
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, even the fatalities, they suck now. NRS does not learn. Why do we do brutalities? Because brutalities are what a fatality used to be.
Fucking thank you. I've been saying that shit this whole time, man.
They use the cool ones that we loved, and they're quick. Boom, screen goes dark, quick sound, pop, done. Right?
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
That's what they should be. Fatalities are just I don't have 5 minutes for my fatality to finish. Like, dude, darken the screen, let me rip the spine out, ending move, fatality, ending music, done, fatality. That's what people love. NRS has gone away from what people love. In such a casuals don't love the long fatals. Even casuals do brutalities instead of fatalities.
Yeah, I know.
That's not true. Short, to the point, and people love it.
Well, that's because it was shocking. Like I got Total MK in my chat, right? I don't know if you know who Total MK is. He's like the OG of YouTube MK, right? So he said MK lost his Mortal Kombat's lost its attitude. See, I know, like I've talked about it on my channel, and other people have too, about like the chicks and how they look and stuff like that. But that was part of it. Like, it was sort of, the chicks were hot, sexy, the femme fatale types. You had the buff kick-ass dudes, like everything was, as you've said, over the top. Everything, like it wasn't just power in the moves. The whole thing was, like, it was just, the whole fucking game was a power move. It's like the fucking, the Chad meme. And now it's just this, like, it's just so shit. And the fatalities you mentioned, man, like not only how long now, like the fucking team in MK11, some of them got PTSD. There was an article that came out. They got PTSD from researching how bodies would be like, eviscerated and looking at cadavers and shit like that. I mean, I don't need to see fucking somebody's eyeball split in half, man. That's why the brutalities, yeah, you're right, like the brutalities are, like that's what fatalities used to be. And because they were so quick and shocking, that, you get that in between of like, oh my God, and you laugh. At the same time, you're like, holy fuck. Like, because it's supposed to be fast. It's not some fucking cinematic experience. It's not a John Woo movie, just let me kill him quick, that's all I want, and then you move on. So yeah, no one, even on PC, no one's doing fatalities. No one gives a fuck. It's
they've taken so much of the fun and just, it's just not, and they're always trying to reinvent things, right? Which is a huge problem. Like, they know what we like, they clearly do, right?
Yeah.
But they're always trying to reinvent the wheel and come up with new ideas and new things, and it just doesn't always work that way. Fatalities have suffered that effect. Like, you already know what we like. We like, and they could monetize that. If, let's just say, I'm a Sub-Zero player, for example. Let's say they started with, they gave him like one new fatality. I don't know what it would be, right?
Yeah.
But then they gave him some of his classics, right? They gave him Spine Rip. Really quick, to the point. Boom, spine rip.
Yep.
They gave him the snowball, which is a brutality now. They could save some things for brutalities as well. Or they gave him like, the blow on you and you fall into ice, or the MK the MK3 ice and then break it apart. Or the MK Deadly Alliance fatality where you pull the skeleton out of his back.
Yep.
I would actually pay for some of those if they were quick, to the point, like a lot of those games, right?
Yeah, like a fatality pack or something. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And they could give Scorpion would have his toasty, he would have his spear slice, he would have some of his, Johnny Cage would have his uppercut, would have his torso rip. A lot of these other things that were, Raiden would have like shocker or the electrocution to the head or all that stuff, and quick, to the point, boom, done. People would like them, they would do them. People would pay for them, Instead, they monetize holiday fatalities. That like it. They have lost. They are as lost can be. It's like even you would think Warner Brothers. I think if Warner Brothers were to go to like some people at NetherRealm and say, we want to make more money than we're making now. What could we do that people would pay for? I think they know what to do.
Yeah.
But for some reason, Warner Brothers doesn't do that, and for some reason, they feel like people like the theatricality of the game. People want to play the game, not watch it.
Yeah.
You know, we want to play it, and these long fatalities, like I don't know, like it just it's more of a cinematic experience, and that's not whatever. But I do think what they need to learn from Tekken is, if they're going to save this game, take what Tekken 8 is doing well. For one, sound options, right? I mean, they should put how hard is it to put music files in the game?
Yeah.
What's one? Two, they need to put better impactful effects. Powerful moves need to feel powerful, right? They need to then take the characters and change and upgrade them significantly. Same with the cameos, because your characters should feel powerful, be powerful. Same with the cameos. The whole experience of the game, you should feel powerful, right? I did something. I hit you with this. Whatever. The whole presentation has to change. The online has to change. And the way the characters and the cameos have to change. And if they could do that, I think it is salvageable. If they do none of that and just say, well, and the worst thing, and we talked about this yesterday, the worst business move they could make is say, we changed the game the way you want it, but you got to pay for it in an expansion. That would be the death. That would be the death. That would be it. It would never recover. It would never recover if they do go that route, that we finally give you what you want for a price. God, no, that's the end of the game. That's the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying to you, like when we spoke, yesterday, like about MMOs, right? So when they bring out a new expansion, they usually have some sort of big quality of life changes to talent trees, spells, abilities, that sort of thing. Changes to the world, maybe interactive, like the way you move in the world, things with mounts and stuff. But all of that sort of stuff isn't part of the expansion, because they realize that, like, well, if somebody doesn't get the expansion, not only do you have to cater to two completely separate demographics, and code for two different ones, but also people just go, fuck off, we're not paying for that. We're not paying for that shit, right? Just so they do all that stuff, and then the expansion is the new content. It is the new area, the new story, the new class perhaps, but everything else, all the quality of life stuff and everything like that should, be for everyone.
It should be, but the way their business model, is going, who knows? And also, speaking on, by the way, new content, NRS also, they have this thing where it's seasons in Combat League. For one, the seasonal gear is crap. Your rewards are crap, minimal effort possible. Oh, it's just the same skin you've always had, but we got new colors that you don't have otherwise. Yeah. Nobody cares about that shit. When you reset a season, you have to do new content, right? Seasons come from the ARPG or MMOs. When you reset a season, you reset it because something in the games changed. So you go back to zero, right? If nothing has changed except for skins, it's not, then there should be no seasonal reset. You keep your character rankings up until they're ready to change the game, then they can do a seasonal reset. Yeah. There's so much they need to do. But I know you're excited for Tekken 8. A lot of people are excited for Tekken 8. When does Tekken 8 launch your time? How much longer?
9.5 hours.
9.5 hours. Yeah. So over here in the States, it doesn't launch until tomorrow. I love how even down to a Foxy 8 hours, 35 minutes for him. Even down to when it's going to launch in your region has an official counter. Yeah. 5 p.m. Yeah. Same time for everyone, but I mean, like, I meant what time of the day for you? Yeah. For you, what time of day is it going to launch for you?
10 a.m. Yeah, 10 a.m. Yep.
So launches same time for everybody, but they even tell you what time it will launch in your time zone, which you've covered or whatever. So I really think Tekken 8 is going to be great. I look forward to seeing a lot of the Tekken 8 streams. I think a lot of our community is going to play it. And I really look forward to seeing what a lot of our players can do. I hope that NRS salvages this game. I don't know that they ever will, but I know it has to happen sooner rather than later. Because if they wait a year to get this done, there's no coming back. You know, so I would say when the next DLC drops, if it's not coming with a huge overhaul, I will say Tekken 8 will definitely outsell it. This game will not sell as much as MK11, and MK will have a really hard time getting off the ground next time around. They will be the last of the big three, as opposed to number 2 right now. So, and they're considered number 1, but I think Tekken is going to outsell it. And for all you shells, they're going to talk about the sales. Let's talk about the sales 3-4 months from now when you're not number 1 in the sales. Then all of a sudden it will be, well, the sales don't matter as much because, the sales only matter when they favor you, but I don't know anything. I think NRS needs to do something now. I promise you, if nothing happens in the next update, this game will not recover.
Here's a conspiracy theory. What if they're hoping that, what if they're purposely sabotaging the game?
I don't think so, because they all get bonuses.
Oh.
So that's kind of where, but I always love hearing, because you have a very different point of view, right?
Of course,
both point of views have to be together for the game to be successful, right?
Yeah.
Because the game cannot survive just with the competitive player, because the casual is going to power the game sales, right?
Yep.
But at the same time, without the competitive players, casuals don't have the streams and et cetera to watch the game at high level. So we both scenes need each other for the game to be successful, right?
Yep.
So it's always good to hear both point of views, and I think a lot of times both point of views are not always considered. But I do want to thank you for joining me.
No, that's okay, man.
Yeah, it's always good to hear. So definitely thanks for joining me. You guys on YouTube, I hope you like this video.
And thank you for joining me, of course.
Yeah, and I'm looking. So are you going to be streaming Tekken 8 on YouTube when it comes out? I mean, you're going to be live streaming?
Oh yeah. I'm definitely doing that, man. Yeah.
I'm just curious. I'm curious to hear everyone's point of view once they play the game for a little bit. Like just from like a casual point. Hey, thanks for the sub, Pork Chop. Casual point of view, had a lot of fun. Competitive point of view, like wow, there's so much to learn. Looking forward to competing, and then compare that to the reception of MK1. So I gotta get ready for work there, brother. But I do appreciate you joining me, man. I appreciate the conversation, man. It should be. I think YouTube will like it.
Yeah, you too, man. All right, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, take it easy.
All right, man. Catch ya. Oh, now everything feels so loud. Why is everything so loud? Oh. What do you guys think? That was pretty good. Yeah, Tom's a nice dude. Yeah. He's the only one. Like I've talked, as you guys know, like I've talked to a lot of people, right? And it's probably because of the age, because like we're the same age, we've been in it there since the beginning, and that makes a big difference because unfortunately we've seen how far Mortal Kombat has come and its downfall. Galactus says, did you see IGN's interview about the Tekken 8 battle lobby? Shows how outdated. No, I haven't. Is that their rooms? Is that like their version of the rooms? Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, people that only care about the combat, like, like they have to understand there's a whole other game attached, right? And you need to have the rest of the game there to sell it, So that way, then the people that make a career out of it, you know, whatever. Which is what, like, I don't think, like, some of the people I've spoken to just, they don't seem to understand. Maybe they will now. I don't know. They don't seem to understand, right? So, you know, when all that's left is the combat and the rest of the game's shit, you know, it's like sitting in your house, you know, trying to eat your dinner and there's dog crap around you and all you smell is shit. You know, you're trying to, you know, you can see the food's good, but all you can smell is shit, you know, then, you know, that's a problem. So, you know, bringing back a 3D screen. Yeah, I don't care about the MK. I don't care about the new movies. Right? They can suck dick. I'm not watching that shit. I'm not watching that shit, man. I do agree with him. Like everyone, you know, like we don't have to like each other, but like the Mortal Kombat community in on itself should be, you know, together, right? Again, you don't have to like each other, you don't have to interact with each other. It's just a case of, you know, do we, you know, we're all MK fans for different reasons. Whether it be the online play, playing the arcade towers, collecting outfits or gear, going through the crypt, you know, yeah, like this game was 100% supposed to be Injustice, 100%. So, you know, Buzz Clinton is out here doing the dating scene. How you going, brother? Don't get no diseases, bro. Right. That's why I like talking to Tom, because yeah, he's the only one. Like he's the only one out of all the people that, you know, are at that high level. And some others like I haven't, but like, you know, things have turned out to be different, and I don't care. I'm not. By the way, I'm not like I'm gonna require payment to go to interview some of those other fuckos again. Tell you what, you know, because I need to be paid for the fucking therapy session after. I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's the sad part is that, like, you know, when we didn't have online, you know, and all we had was the game, you know, they had to make sure that the game was great. You know, oh, Breezy's in here too. Yeah, Breezy's here, man. I saw your name pop up. How you going, bro? Yeah, it's just, you know, like, it's interesting actually, because you go back all the way to MK1, the proper MK1, right? Oh, actually, one sec. Hang on one sec. Just Dream with the $5. Thank you, bro. Great stream. Oh, thank you, man. Don't worry about Cupcake. I'm not worried about Cupcake, man. Right. I'm not worried about him. I'm just not giving my time. You know, I gave these people a chance. They wanted to know how I thought. Like, seriously, if after watching Tom, you know, basically sort of retranslate so they could understand. Oh, Breezy's fine. Yeah, no. I'm not talking about the people that we've had, and you know, in general. You know how I'm talking. You know those people. You know what I'm talking about, right? Because they're disingenuous. All they give a shit about is they don't care about your answer. They want to pin you down and go, no, you're not saying this correct. You're not thinking the right way. And it doesn't matter. How you going, Pred? It doesn't matter though. Because, you know, I paid for a game. It's dog shit. I'm going to talk about it. Even if I'm not a professional fighter, I'm going to talk about it. So, Cupcakes is his own flavor. I do watch his streams to get some laughs. But he has zero humble and reckless with his words. Yeah, well, see, I asked him, Paco. I said to him, you know, oh, is this all just for show? And he got real mad. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll just take what you sell me, right? Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, you know, this is the problem with them. Like, all they've got is just the combat side of it. And quite frankly, that's all there is. You know. But yes, a lot of people don't play online. They never go online. Unless it's like for an achievement. Right? So, you know. Oh, happy Australia Day to everyone in the chat that's from Australia. Happy Australia Day. Fucking Invasion Day. Would love to see James MK. Yeah, man, I reached out to him, I think before the end of the new year. End of last year, sorry. To try and hook something up, but I just haven't got back to him yet to figure it out. But James is fucking amazing. He's an awesome dude. You know, like I just, he's just like he'd be a library of information. So. What's up, Mike? What's happening, dude? So yeah, I think hopefully with that conversation with Tom, it helped folks. Right? And it's a real shame actually, because like a lot of people play Mortal Kombat, but like, you know, coming from the side of the lore, character, everything like that, they're missing out on a lot. There's a lot that makes Mortal Kombat, you know. Oh, you missed the Tom Brady part. Well, I'll tell you what, you can, if you go watch the Tom Brady part, it'll probably help understand. So, yeah. I'm gonna have to get some sleep soonish, I think. Because I want to be fresh. I need to be fresh for Tekken 8 at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. So here's the thing, right? Because this happened with MK1, right? There was a launch time, and then like the basically it had to unpack the game, right? Which was a pest. So it took forever to do that. I think I came back later in the day actually. So I'm hoping that's not a problem this time. Because I want to be able to, like, you know, launch the game within either minutes or at least half an hour, you know. So can't wait. Kanisha Ross says, can't wait to poop on you noobs in Tekken 8. That's some scat play right there. Fellas, is it gay to have good skin? No. Nah, chicks love that, right? Actually, if you want good skin, Don't drink, don't smoke, and don't do drugs. Right? Don't do that shit, you'll be good. I got friends of mine that are my age that look like they're turning like 70. Because they partied hard young, and then the party came and hit them later. So, when's the positive side of MK1 on vote coming out? Oh yeah, have I done? I don't think I've done the thumbnail yet. What thumbnail should I do? I need a thumbnail. Happy. Let's hang on. Let's do it the cheap way. Let's do it with a meme. We'll do it with a meme. So let's do it with a meme. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, that might be it. Total MK, you drink. Yeah, cut that shit out, man. It's poison. It'll fucking kill you. It's terrible. Right, I'll send you a video that'll scare you. Yeah, don't do that shit. Tekken 8, we have Tekken Ball. What minigames do you have, NRS? Oh, thank you, Kanisha. I do try. I do try to entertain all facets of the community by my sheer existence. Is that Gracie Jiu-Jitsu that you're doing, Mike? I wonder if they got that over there. What school of Jiu-Jitsu is it? Arcade lobby. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can find it, man. Hang on. You said it was on IGN. Is it in the review or is it different? Second. Are you talking about the fight? Are you talking about the fight lounge? Or is this something else? Because the fight lounge is just like, yeah, it's just the lobby. I thought you... Okay. Fuck, I remember growing up in all the damn ninja schools. Fuck, I remember that. All the ninja schools growing up. Because it was so big. You guys don't remember if you're too young. Like ninja movies and stuff got so massive in the 70s and the 80s. And then like everyone was setting up their own fucking shinobi school. It was funny. Yeah, Megan Fox, like, you know, she's not the best voice actor. Oh, excuse me. I can't find it. Well, Galactus, where are you? It's not only the lobby. There is a lot of features. Can you send me a link, dude, on Discord? Just so I got him. I can't find shit. Yeah, I can't find shit. There's only the Tekken 8 review, unless it's buried in that. Great ass though, yeah. I think she's what, in her 40s now, I think? It's not bad. As a full-grown adult, I do ninjutsu at Mount Gravatt. Oh, okay. Are you, is that Wayne Roy? Is Wayne Roy still got his schools around, or is that someone else? Fucking Wayne Roy. Jeez, I remember all that shit back in the day too. That's the thing you got to be careful about McDojos and stuff. Like, there was two reasons why I stopped training. Right, once I got to black. The first one, I was starting to do my back in, and the reason for that is because like we didn't like as a rule like we weren't learning like Olympic Taekwondo. So. I need a fucking lozenge. Hang on. Michael Dudikoff. Damn straight, son. Yeah, so we learned proper fighting sense, right? In Taekwondo. But after a while they started trying to get us to kick like standard. They tried to get us to kick Olympic style. So when you fight in Taekwondo like Olympic or like competitive, right, instead of like this, right, you fight like this, right? That's how you block, right? Because you're keeping, basically what you're doing is you're covering up the what do you call it? The circles where you score points. It's very easy, right, to swap between, right? And the kicking, when you do competitive, is so that when you kick, right, yeah, you lean back, right? So you lean back, you extend your foot out, like doing a front kick, kicking with the ball of your foot. So that way, if they go to kick or do something at the same time, you're out of the way, right? Now what that does on your back, your spine, right? So I'd say that's your spine, okay? Your spine can go side to side, right? Your spine can go front, okay? But it's not meant to go back continually, okay? What happens is that the vertebrae, each vertebrae's got two prongs at the bottom. The bone in between, like the, you know, the, fucking, I'm having brain fart, you know, the cushion bit. Anyway, you're right. So each, like, you know, part of your spine, each piece, the bottom has two prongs. So when you lean back, right, this is what it's doing. It's grinding, right? And eventually they were going to snap. And I had like a scan and shit, and they're like, nah, you can't do that anymore. So no, you can do a front kick, like standard front kick, but getting, like, if you lean back all the time, that'll start to cause problems, and it will eventually grind down those prongs, and you can't ever get that shit back. So that was the first reason. The second reason was because I remember doing black belt training one weekend, and we were doing board breaking, and they're going, oh, you know, all right, so, you know, obviously when you're getting ready to go in and break the board, right? Go back in a stance and shout, right? And they go, the reason why you shout is so the crowd knows what you're doing. And I'm just like, nah, I'm out. Nah, I ain't no fucking dog show, pony show. Right? I ain't no fucking pony show. Yeah, I think I've seen this video before, man. Let me check. Hang on. Let me check. Oh, I haven't trained in a long time. But you remember stuff. Like, you remember the basics and shit. You know, how to punch, how to kick, your blocks, everything like that. Cupcake sort of thing. What I want to know is, can you make rooms? Yeah, I've seen this video before though, but thanks, brother. Yeah, can you make rooms? I'm wondering if you can make rooms. Can you do the split? I probably used to be able to. Not like Van Damme splits, but I used to get about, I don't know, maybe a fist and a half off the ground. It just takes a lot of time. Like, you gotta stretch like a motherfucker, right? No. Not the shout that you do when you do the strike. It's the shout you do before you even go to do it, right? So I'm not talking about you standing there, right? And like you got the board in front and you're just doing a front kick. I'm talking about the ones where you're doing like a flying side kick or a jumping front kick, or a jumping 360 spinning kick, like a heel kick, right? Those ones you need to run up for. Right? If the board's on you, it's only one shout, right? So you're like, "Ugh," and you do it. But if you've got a run up, they're like, no, you got to shout, let them know you're ready, and then you run in, and then you break it. And then you do another shout. Actually, no, you don't do a shout. No, you don't do a shout on those. It's just fucking, yeah, it's just, no. So that were the two reasons. So, and my son was about to be born, and I didn't want to fuck my back, so I couldn't carry him and couldn't pick him up. So, you know, that's way more important than any martial art. So, I did a little bit, you know, right? Think like when you understand how the body works, right? Because we learn a lot of stuff that wouldn't be practical either, to a degree. Like, it is, but it isn't, right? So you've got to you'd learn stuff, like you'd practice a lot of repetition. If he did it on... Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Well, see, with the school I was with, Sun Bay, yeah, that's what they did. We're talking like shit. I stopped performing, so yeah, so like 18 years ago. Yeah. But I still remember all my blocks, all my punches, kicks, although I'd have to stretch for the kicks. Right. I ain't doing no fucking crescent kick right now, you know. CJ Rocker, yeah, man, he's always talking about poo. He loves his poo. Yeah. He loves his poo. Yeah, I've watched that video before. Do you know Masaki Hatsumi? Oh yes, and Stephen K. Hayes. Oh shit, did you answer? Hang on. Did I get an answer from the school in Mount Gravatt? Who told me? Who said that? Where was that again? If it's still here, who was it? Buzz. Yeah, Buzz, did you reply, man? Let me have a look. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back up. Yeah, what's the school of Acrobat? Okay, I suppose I can look it up. I can look it up. Yeah, there was some shit that went down with Wayne Roy back in the day. Fucking hell. By the way, it is ninjutsu, not ninjitsu, for those out there that think it's ninjutsu. It's actually ninjutsu, right? Yeah, Mac Rat, here we go. What do we got here? Salvaging. Oh, okay. Is that an offshoot of Wayne Roy, or is this different? Shinken. Let's have a look. Oh, no. Wayne Roy, jeez, I got some stories trained on him. Yeah, it's brilliant if you can find our school. Will you... Yeah, because things didn't go well with Wayne Roy from memory, right? Didn't he get a fucking cease and desist letter from Masaki? Was that him? Shinken Dojo. Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, man. That's really cool, dude. Hey, MLA, how you going, bro? What's happening, man? Today's the day I kick your ass. If you know how the body works, right? Like, it's not hard. Right? Bro, what's fate to fight? Yeah, I don't fight cupcakes. Yeah, they're a bit soft. Splatter everywhere. The human body, right? The human body has like the same basic weaknesses in general to other, like, to everyone else, you know. I don't do queef sets, Toby. I don't do queef sets, man. What do I want to fight Cupcake for? He'll beat me. I don't care. Actually, I might beat him. I'll call him a Cupcake. No, he wrote the... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he wrote the letter Hatsumi Damani, his 10th Dan. Hatsumi banished him from the Bujinkan, so he started... Yeah. You know, every few years I'll get online and I'll do a search for Wayne Roy again. I don't think he's... Is he teaching, or is he only teaching out of his home? I think he's only teaching out of his home, isn't he? Stephen K. Hayes. Yeah, he's really nice, man. There's a dude, the Viking Samurai. Viking Samurai is a fucking awesome dude. I'd love to talk to him one day. He's fantastic. And he interviewed Stephen K. Hayes. And yeah, Stephen K. Hayes is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, Stephen K. Hayes is amazing. Really humble guy. When I was younger, I used to have his books. So... yeah, I used to read his ninja books all the time. It was so cool. So. What was I looking up? Oh, yeah, yeah. Thanks, MLA, bro. Thank you, brother. Excalibur, yeah, man. I haven't. Listen, I'm not under no delusion that people can beat me. Everyone goes, "Oh, he beat the shit out of you." Yeah, I know. I'm not an expert. Wait, what? What the fuck is this? Hey, you guys gotta check this out. Hang on. For those of us that are talking about ninjutsu, did this fucking dude get an award? You want me to create a character? Face physique, it's average. Yeah, I'm 46 years old. I don't give a fuck. Right? I'm not gonna do fucking, like, you know, go to the gym and shit and run my body out further. I'll be right. Where's this fucker? Where is he? He's teaching some bodyguard classes out of Brizzy. I follow him on Facebook. Want to go train just for old time's sake, yeah. I mentioned I was doing Bujinkan and he blocked me too. Bro, that dude's fucking ego is still going, man. Holy shit. Yeah, that's not a beef set, that's a queef set, right? Queef. Go look it up if you don't know what queef means. So what? This dude's he's getting an award? Is there any comments? No, there's no comments. Two months ago, 64 views. Industry Master Awards. Okay. You need some original music for a channel. I can make some for you, no charge. What music do you make again, dude? Oh, my fucking throat's so sore. Conquistador. Oh, here he is. Dude, how old's this fucker now? You know what the fucking funniest shit is? Have you guys ever seen videos on like fake martial artists and stuff? That's the best shit, right? Yeah, let's see if it's honest. Oh, I didn't put any. Hang on, what's the volume? I don't want to get headline YouTube. I won't put the volume on in case it plays a song to fuck me over. Look at that fucking mullet, bro. Who's he with? There he is. There's Stephen K. Hayes. There he is. Stephen K. Hayes right there. What? Who's that fucking other dude? Oh, okay. Robert Boosie, alright. Doga Kuriru Ninjutsu Dojo. What was the other martial art magazine? It's not listed yet. Hang on. Where is it? Nah. What was it fucking called? Bro, this dude's got more defensive techniques than Mortal Kombat 1. Call him Snowflake and get a cupcake. No, I like cupcake. It's less syllables. Oh no, hang on, cupcake, snowflake. No, it's the same. My bad. What is this fucking? What is this Rainbow Six Siege shit? Is he running? Is he running a Rainbow Six Siege school? Cup Gander. Grandmaster Snowflake Gander. Yeah, he'll probably hear about this. He'll be like, "What you call me? Are you dumb?" Yes, I'm dumb. Shut the fuck up. Wayne is legit and did bring ninjutsu to Australia. Just a shame his ego. Yeah. No, I'm not saying yeah. I'm not saying he's not legit, bro. I'm just saying like the ego shit. Ego undoes everyone. Yeah, they definitely. Yeah, they did. They didn't include the other stuff. Yeah, they didn't include the other stuff, man. Right. Hang on. That's great. I'm very happy for him. Hang on. But let's find some funny shit to watch, hey? Let's find some funny shit. Fake martial artists. Dude, some of this shit is so fucking funny. Right? Fucking George Dillman, holy shit. Yeah, fuck, here we go. By the way, I think this dude is Australian as well, so shout out Sensei Seagal. Alright. How you going, bro?
In the ESU, the extended Seagal universe, the Bushido Masters have been prominent and provided great entertainment. Especially this bloke. He is definitely one of my favorites.
打了5鞭，一鞭、2鞭、3鞭、4鞭。
What's this dude doing? Fucking punching nipples. Like. Right, this is, listen. This is evidence of a man who's lost his wife, right? This is what happens, right?
As much fun as it is watching these fart eaters prance around like... I thought at time we have a look at some legendary...
Fucking Ashida kid, man. Yeah, man.
lads who have decided to confront these stooges and bring down the hammer. Now, I normally wouldn't condone or encourage extreme violence against people unequipped to fight back, but these martial arts masters had it coming.
Hey, was that fucking a condiment twin? Is that one of the condiment twins?
Had it coming. You might say that true justice was coming for them, and they were marked for death. Lucky for them, Seagal wouldn't waste his time on something so beneath his superpowered attacks. Today we're going to see a variety of different masters getting destroyed by various disciplines, but generally MMA practitioners or actual fighting styles at work. Most of the people in this video seem to be Chinese martial arts masters who have challenged actual fighters. Why?
I really don't know.
Somewhere in their tiny little pea brains, they actually thought all that arm waving and chi nonsense was going to stop someone from punching them square in the face.
God damn it, I don't know what it is about your face, but I want to deliver one of these right in your suck hole.
Is there anything I could do to work on that?
No, not really, it's your face.
Sometimes people have to learn the hard way that life isn't a movie. Unlike most of these fake martial artists, the community of Seagalians is the real deal. A group of sensible, throat-chopping maniacs with a grounded sense of morality and values. Much like our Big Daddy pencil.
This dude looks like he's trying to take a shit. Right? Yeah, you know when your shit's really hard, and you know it's really hard, and it's gonna hurt like a motherfucker, and you kind of do those little dances on the toilet, or you're walking around trying to somehow lessen it, you know, so you're not screaming in agony. This is like the Chinese version of doing that. He's doing all the shit to work the poo out.
I would like you a lot less if you had a dick.
Look at this chubby bitch. What? This dude looks like a fucking Big Mac with eyebrows.
If it was bigger than mine.
I don't think that's possible.
Besides, you've got so much to live for. Knees wiggle.
To join the fastest growing spiritual awakening today, think about liking and subscribing. There are rumors that if we ever get to 50k subs, Big Daddy will come down and shower us all with his juicy ball sweat.
What? Yep. What?
A man can dream. A man can dream.
Now,
the common thread with most of these Chinese martial arts masters is their extreme delusion and misguided belief in their craft. Tai Chi and Kung Fu look cool, and I'm sure when incorporated with actual fighting techniques like kickboxing, boxing...
Oh! What? Listen, man. Listen. God is up there looking at this clown punching himself in the nuts. Right? This is nah. That's just stupid. What's the matter with you?
or wrestling, they might provide some unique perspective or advantage.
Yeah, I'm never going to fucking China. Nah, I'm never going to China, man. No way. Nah, it's never happening. Alright, you can get off the plane, get kicked in the nuts. Thanks for that. That's what I always wanted. Damn.
But when used alone, they are pretty useless. Unless you are a coat rack.
See you later, 0 degrees, man. Thanks for stopping by, bro. You know what I just figured out? Right? Actually, hold that thought.
I mean, I don't even know what the hell this is, but it looks very similar to a certain portly master we all love and revere.
Just imagine, if you will, for a second, these fuckers over here, right, just standing here. I can't wait to learn this awesome technique. Right? You reckon they're thinking that? Do you reckon they're thinking that? Or do you think they're sitting there going, the fuck did I just pay a membership for this shit for?
Hajime, begin, they just run at you full speed and just try to take you down.
In my mind, it's sort of the essence of the form. That is to say, the idea of the form is to be able to deal with more than one attacker at a time. I mean, if you're dealing one-on-one, and certainly we train, that's how we train.
So what happens when these idiots challenge an actual fighter with skills?
Bad thing.
First, we have a Tai Chi master getting knocked out in literally the first 10 seconds. This is going to be a common theme in these videos because none of these tools have ever had a moment of combat
Bro, that dude folded like a fucking lawn chair. How?
in their lives. You can tell by how someone reacts to getting punched whether or not they're actually used to getting punched. Like this bloke who has his hands down as if he was Steven Seagal in a movie. Unfortunately for him, he isn't Steven Seagal and instead gets knocked down and eventually knocked out. I know you're probably skeptical about the legitimacy of Tai Chi in actual combat, so I found some footage where it's actually a close fight.
Let me tell you about the new McCrispy.
Fucking ads.
This guy gets annihilated also, because they have no idea how to fight and just wave their hands around, which unfortunately does nothing to stop incoming head kicks.
Yeah, this is how they got the animation. Who said that? Somebody said that in the chat. Right? Yeah.
Now there is one man who decided to stand up for Tai Chi and represent them honorably. If he were to somehow lose, which he obviously wouldn't, he is not the kind of man to make up excuses. A truly honorable martial artist.
我到了场地是很匆忙的，为什么呢？因为提前了2个小时开打，就是我没有时间热身，我甚至这个环境我第一次，就是这个我有1年都没来这种地方了，我是很
Right. Listen, if somebody's gonna punch you in the head, you just don't go, well, hang on, just give me a minute. I just gotta stretch. Right. This dude was off getting a fucking cupcake. That's what he was doing. Ashida Kim. Is he still alive?
Interesting.
CJ said that, did he?
Ashida Kim is a grown man that believes that he is a ninja. Although he has been relentlessly mocked online for many years, he still maintains that he is the keeper of knowledge for the ancient Black Dragon Fighting Society.
Hey, did you hear that? Black Dragon Fighting Society. Black Dragon.
Could very well be the last true ninja. He claims to have many supernatural powers, and the story of where he learnt these skills would take us to meet Count Dante, look at the dojo wars and the murder of Dante's friend.
Fucking Dante! Holy shit! Dude, I forgot about that dude.
This is the Ashida Kim story.
Alright, Total, man. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Yeah, I gotta go to bed soon, too. I need some snooze. I haven't done it. I haven't done it up yet. No, I haven't done it up yet. Almost done it.
This is the hand of friendship. This is the fist of death.
Ah!
Together, they form the way.
Hello guys, how's it going? You alright? Today we're going to be voyaging into the murky world of American ninjas, namely Ashida Kim. But before we get into the details, let's meet Master Kim.
If you were to get yourself one of these old skeleton costumes that they used to have at Halloween all the time.
Fucking
a
what?
real light piece of cloth with a skeleton printed on one side and all black on the other side. You put this on top of it, and you jump out of the bushes, you're going to have all the trick-or-treats you want.
This... Dude, this grown man don't need no damn, like costume. Him jumping out of the bushes would be enough.
Somebody attacks you. You stick your finger in their eyes, and you shake their head back and forth, and you rattle their brain. And you throw them on the ground, and you stomp on their throat until they quit wiggling.
He is a master of invisibility.
Inpo, the art of hiding, is an integral part of the
Hey, is he hiding now? Oh, it looks like Daniel Messina. Oh, you better take that back, bro. Don't let Daniel see you say that. Is he hiding now?
Just skills. Take advantage of every possible object, natural and man-made, to conceal yourself from the enemy.
Oh. What did I tell you? Right? These dudes don't have wives, they don't have girlfriends, okay? This is what happens. They leave you and you set up some fake martial arts school.
It is this ability to hide oneself completely.
Hang on, did he say his disability? Yeah, that's pretty disabled.
It gives rise to the legend that ninja can become invisible at will.
Pretty sure I could still see him. He can also levitate.
You know, I tell you what, right? I tell you what, right? As much as this dude is crazier than a bag full of Skittles, at least he's committed, right? At least he's committed. Hang on, wait. Is this the levitation one? Is this where he eats baked beans and he farts and he levitates up? Is this the one? Yeah, this is the dude that the Ling Kuei reject, right? This fucker turns up at the palace gates or the dojo fucking torii gate, wanting to get in. Did he write a book? I'm not reading AIDS, bro. Right, I'm not reading AIDS, man. Oh, you fucking lied, asshole, man. He's just fucking... I swear to God, this dude works at NetherRealm. Right? Where's the levitation? Huh? What do you think, you're fucking Sindel? Oh, Christ. Sorry, Lord.
He can climb along fences.
Ninja are adept at moving both.
So, for those that don't know what this is, if you see a grown man doing this, right? It's a book about his sexual. Oh fuck, no, I'm not reading that shit, man. I want to eat for like ever. This is what you call a. This is what you call a pervert. This is a pervert. Right, this ain't no martial art. Look at this fucking rock spider. He's floating on his ass. Yeah, he's floating
and horizontally on walls and buildings, using only the barest of hand and footholds.
He is quicker than a speeding bullet.
This dude never had sex. Like, he didn't. And any adventures he had was with his, you know, was Darla and Delilah, right? That's it, man. Darla and Delilah. That one, he never had sex, right? There's no way.
And he can appear from nowhere and throw sand into guards' eyes.
Mitsugishiko is the trick of throwing sand in the...
You know, that's a lot of cocaine, right? And, you know, just frivolously throwing that shit around is going to upset your dealer.
The enemy's eyes. It enables the ninja to gain a position behind the center.
What the fuck is this happy horse shit? What the fuck, man? This is like real life lag.
For a throw or takedown.
You'll agree it's pretty impressive stuff. As you would expect from a ninja, Sensei Kim's history is shrouded in myth and mystery.
Oh, is this like furry cosplay Ashida version?
Secret past only known to those select few that have proven their worthiness over decades of ninja missions and bloodshed. This is information that I've taken from his website, something that all true ninjas have.
Holy shit, he's got a $10,000 challenge. Yeah, fuck your queef what do you call them? Queef sets, right? Ashida Kim DLC, 100%, dude. Fuck yeah, man, I'd buy that 100 times. I'd buy it for the whole channel. Ashida Kim, can you imagine that shit?
The legend goes that Master Kim first encountered ninjutsu in the far-off mystical land of Chicago in 1968 while he was...
Okay, so... so here is Mr. Kim in his daily attire, right? And for the hour that they let him out of the straitjacket,
working with a biker gang. Obviously, biker gangs are well known for their mastery of the ancient art of ninjutsu. In a secret dojo, Kim was shown the most savage and terrifying self-defense form known to man, the dance of the deadly hands. Bear in mind that I'm not making any of this up. This is all stuff that a real person wrote, and I guess some real people believe it. Let's check out what the dance of the deadly hands looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness, without doubt, the most savage and terrifying self-defense form known to man. It's composed of 27 of the deadliest poison hand techniques ever devised, each one of which is guaranteed to kill, cripple, or maim any attacker. It's not for the squeamish, nor the weak heart.
Okay, alright. That's a Mortal Kombat 1 combo. Utterly ridiculous.
At least there's one thing correct about the name Dance of the Deadly Hands. It does indeed involve hands. Learning these techniques changed Kim's life forever, and soon he was studying the art of invisibility. After many years of learning the silent way, he published his first instructional manual in 1980 called Secrets of the Ninja. Apparently, according to Master Kim, this was an instant success and is used as a training manual for several covert military units. Ashida Kim, in all fairness, is a very prolific author.
You know why this shit exists? Like all these old, like, all these sorts of like fake martial artists? Because back then we didn't have the internet, right? We didn't have the internet, and they were able to fool people into thinking this shit was legit. Right? And they were very convincing. Much like certain people.
He has many books with titles such as Ninja Mind Control, Ninja Secrets of Invisibility, Invisible Fist of the Ninja, Forbidden Fighting Techniques of the Ninja, and so on. He also has a cheeky little line in erotic books with titles such as The Amorous Adventures of Ashida Kim.
See, this is where she's trying to get away, right? And he's like, no, just one more second so they can get the snap. And she's like, we've been here for like 3,000 seconds. Let me go, bitch.
Which is apparently a true story, where Master Kim is sent to South Africa to work as a bouncer at a brothel. I'm sure you can imagine the rest. I'm sure you can picture the intimate details, the look of primal ecstasy as Ashida ejaculates deep inside the South African prostitute that he has just saved from the local hoodlums. She is so grateful to her white saviour that her and her village
Hey, look, it's Tanya. Oh, sorry.
Start to worship him as the white god that her ancestors had prophesied would save them. After many years of battle with the local bad guys, Master Kim has to reluctantly impregnate all of the beautiful women as he has slain all of the men in the village, thus proving the prophecy true in a self-fulfilling kind of way. He is indeed the saviour, and his bloodline shall live on forever after he defeats the final boss. Maybe some kind of lion god or something. Fuck knows, I haven't read the book. By far my favourite part of Master Kim's literary endeavours is the move he calls Monkey Steals the Peach. I just love this so...
Monkey steals the peach. This is the classical name for the upward groin slap. No, he's not slapping though. Look at his hand, you stupid clown. You can't even write your book properly. It's a fuck. He's got a claw. He wants to, he wants to...
So much, he claims that he is the most prolific and best-selling author of martial arts books of the 20th and 21st century.
I'm getting like fifth cringe here.
Which I doubt is true. In fact, he doesn't even show up on the top 100 for the best-selling martial arts books. So it seems that this claim may be incorrect. Ashida has had many problems with the publishers of his books, with the first one keeping all of his money. So he went to another publisher who kept all of his money, then went bankrupt. He re-released his smash hit, Secrets of the Ninja, with the new title, Don't Buy This Book, as he was not getting any royalties due to the bankrupt publisher selling the rights, which is a pretty shit thing to do. Let's take a look at some of the ninja skills that you can learn from...
Maybe cupcakes out there like to grab them by the peaches.
Sensei Kim.
Look at this fucking gimp, man. Come on, man. Dude, what? Fucking neck is exposed. What's that shit hanging down in front? I feel really uncomfortable. It's making me feel like this. What? He's like. Listen, alright. This is some serious, like, this is like the uplock move. Completely useless, right? This is like watching uplock in real time. How slow is the bullet? It goes bang, he dodges, and then you hear the smash. Oh, fuck, man. No. Go show us the bullet, bitch. Have you got it, bullet? Or are you gonna eat it? Yeah, there we go. Like, okay, so, alright. This dickhead, this would be like his Tinder profile. Right? This would be his Tinder profile.
The kneeling stance is used to distort the normally distinctive human soul.
Explaining complex topics can be challenging.
Shut up. I want your fucking ads. Go away. Yeah, this is called breaking and entering. Right? This is called breaking and entering. What are you doing, man?
Key, which unlocks the door, the halls of learning, is patience.
I have a little bit of a hobby for lockpicking and can tell you without a doubt that this man has never picked a lock in his life.
Has this dude got painted nails? Has this dude got fucking painted nails?
Doesn't even have a
must be a friend of Bristol
wrench which you would need to pick this type of lock. Anyway, Kim got into hot water in 2007.
Oh, what the fuck is this cupcake shit? What the hell, man? What is this?
When a lawsuit was initiated against him. The lawsuit alleged that Kim had committed copyright infringement for publishing his presentation of techniques that he had learned from Count Dante. So, Count Dante is a whole new rabbit hole to explore and plays a big part in the Ashida Kim story, so let's take a quick detour. Count Dante is best known for his adverts in the back of comic books sold in the 60s and 70s.
Whoa, this dude tried to grab this dude's fucking, like he tried to grab his winker. Look! Right? He's grabbing his winker. Fucking gross. Hang on, where's that?
Sold in the 60s and 70s. In his adverts, he would claim to be the deadliest man alive, and for a small fee you could learn his super secret deadly technique called the Kate Dante, or the Dance of Death, and you would also become a member of the Black Dragon Fighting Society. The Black Dragon Fighting Society is apparently a 6,000-year-old Chinese school which has been preserving knowledge since the fall of Atlantis. A secretive and selective organisation working from the shadows for thousands of years that you can join in the back of a comic book. Dante, whose real name was John Timothy Keenan, legally changed his name to Count Jar Jar Rafael Dante, and claimed that he was of royal Spanish blood and that his family had changed their name to escape the Spanish Civil War. Dante is an Italian name and was first made popular by this Italian poet. In 1970, Dante and his Black Dragons attacked a rival school known as the Green Dragon Society. Again, I'm not making any of this up.
Wasn't that in Lord of the Rings? The Green Dragon? I'm pretty sure it was in
traditional martial arts weapons, and one of Dante's friends was stabbed and killed. Dante got 2 years probation for attempting to bomb the rival school. Dante is also alleged to have masterminded a robbery in 1974, which at the time was the biggest heist in US history. He was Hugh Hefner's hairdresser, a used car salesman, and an adult book dealer. Dante died at the age of 36 from a bleeding ulcer. So, back to Master Kim. He has had many names over the years, Radford William Davis being his birth name, but he has also been known as Christopher Hunter and Dr.
This is still breaking and entering.
Ha Ha Lung, before settling on Ashida Kim. Ashida is a Japanese surname and Kim is Korean. So the lawsuit in 2007 came from one of Dante's old students who claimed that Kim was teaching the infamous Kate Dante and giving out memberships to the Black Dragon Fighting Society. Kim's website was taken...
You know, that'd be a funny music band, Cupcake and the Peach Grabbers. Just saying, man.
Down due to this claim, but reinstated when the court dismissed the charges. Surprisingly, Sensei Kim has received much mockery over the years, with many claiming that his ninja training books and videos are a scam or an example of Kim's delusional break from reality.
No matter how much proof you offer, it's never going to be enough for these dickheads. So that's why I don't try to prove anything to these people. Because no matter how much proof you offer, it's never enough. And so, don't argue with them. I just ignore them. Because they're dipshits. And they got nothing better to do than get in my face. None of these people are a problem. No matter what they say, no matter what they do, no matter what they insinuate or try to imply, none of them are a problem until they come within arm's reach. And when they come within arm's reach, then I will fuck them up. And at just the right time, I went on Facebook and made one post that killed the opposition. They took down 75% of the stuff they had up where they were trashing magnets. They pulled it down because they knew that I was fixing to crush them. And I crushed them because I moved up their little cabal, and I even got these people's wives mad at them. So, and that's what a ninja can do, okay? And I did that with one post on Facebook, because that's what ninjutsu is, winning with one punch. I mean, I got professional fucking soldiers that are so mad about this that they want to kill me, and I don't care, because I won. I beat them, okay? With their own little silly propaganda machine, I beat them, and they hate that. So, but that's what you can do when you're a ninja.
In 1995, Master Kim sent out a challenge to his loudmouth haters. He would take on anyone who doubts his skills to one-on-one combat. To date, no one has taken him up on this offer, which is proof that the haters online are all talk, but when it comes to taking on the Ninja Master, they don't have the guts to put their fists where their mouth is. As you would expect, there are a few rules to this challenge. If you would like the honour of facing Sensei Kim in the ring, you would need to pay a $25,000 appearance bond, plus pay Master Kim $10,000 before negotiations regarding the venue and date of the match can begin.
Yeah, he said
You will
cabal.
also need to pay travel expenses, food and hotels for him and his gang of Black Dragons. Other stipulations include documentation and certification from local sports authorities to prove no financial, criminal or moral liability to Master Kim in the event that he kills, cripples or maims his opponent, and all of the ticket sales made at the gate must be paid before the match goes ahead. Now, before you start thinking that all of these conditions would make it impossible to actually fight Master Kim, and that he would probably find a way to back out of any real challenge, he has already shown you fools his skill in the ring with this super real and convincing fight.
Wait, hang on. Who's this fucker? What is this? What is this fucking Roger Ramjet shit? What is that? Space age dude?
The fight was declared a draw. Another notable story is the legend of the ninja poster. Once upon a time in Lakeland, Florida, there was an attempted robbery and shooting near a residential daycare and middle school. The police sealed off the area and told everyone to remain indoors while they searched for the shooter. The school was placed on lockdown for the first time in its history. Hardly anyone knew what to do. They had talked about such an event, planned for it. They had even done a few mock drills, but when the time came, there was a lot of confusion and fear among the teachers and students. Luckily, it just so happens that one of the teachers was a friend of Ashida Kim. She told her class not to worry, that if anything happened, he would come and rescue her, and by extension, them as well. Most of them knew what a ninja was, and some of them had even heard of Master Kim. They were, of course, reassured and remained calm throughout the crisis, while others huddled in darkened classrooms, crying and afraid. News of this incident reached Master Kim, who decided to place the class under the protection of the ninja, and sent them this super cool ninja poster to warn criminals that to mess with this class was to mess with the ninja clan.
Oh, that's perfect, man. That is fucking...
There have been no reports of criminals attacking the class since the poster was put up. Or before the poster was put up. Kim is also a movie star, because of course he is. This information comes from his website. His big break came in the Hollywood blockbuster Armageddon starring Bruce Willis. Sensei Kim can briefly be seen at the back of a van in a short production film called The Making of Armageddon. He has also starred...
Well, there's a lot of Mortal Kombat shit being said in this. Black Dragon, Cabal, Armageddon.
in the movie Instinct, starring Cuba Gooding Jr. and Anthony Hopkins. Again, ninja invisibility strikes and you can't really see him in the film. He was also in Waterboy, starring Adam Sandler. Sadly, again, his natural ninja skills make it impossible to see him. His only real starring role in a movie was when his book, Secrets of the Ninja, was used as a prop in the film Angel's Dance. Kim is, however, a big star in the many Bushido videos he has online. Ashida Kim's website may be my favourite place online. His website includes such treats as a comic named Fantasy Warrior, Sudoku puzzles, so many articles that he has written, and they are so funny in a cringy, so bad it's good kind of way. It's honestly hard to visit this website and not think that this is one big troll. And maybe he is a troll. If he is trolling, then he is by far the best troll that has ever lived. The amount of work he has put in and the length of time that he has kept this troll going would be truly mind-blowing. But alas, I don't think he is trolling. It would seem that he either truly believes all of this.
Now listen, this would be a good queef match. Cupcake versus Ashida Kim. What do you reckon? Do you reckon that'd be a good queef match?
Or he is just scamming people, but I find it hard to believe that anyone would fall for this scam. I mean, he's a ninja. A grown man pretending to be a ninja. Who in their right mind would be scammed by this? Who buys his books and DVDs? How much money can he really be making?
Look at this fucking bookworm nerd. Look at him. Buy my book or I'll like, you know, fuck your cat. That's what he looks like. Like, hide your cats, boys and girls.
From this. Sadly, I don't know the answer to any of these questions, but I do know that Ashida Kim still does seminars with the Black Dragon Fighting Society.
What? Is this for real? Alright, all those fuckers in blue, get out. This is the Black Dragon, not the fucking Power Rangers. Get out. Right? Any cunt that's smiling, fuck off too. Right? With the Black Dragon, not fucking Teletubbies. Right? No happy shit here. Right? Look at this. Look at this dude on the right here doing this. What's he doing? I said this is the hand I used to jerk off with? Like, what's he doing? What's he doing? Look at this dude in the white, right? Look at this Mr. Magoo looking motherfucker.
And still updates his website with his latest books. Sensei Kim makes a lot of big claims, and who knows, many of these may be true, and I'm just too ignorant to see the truth. Seems unlikely, but who knows. Maybe the invisible master is in the room with you right now, watching, waiting.
Hey. You just better make sure, eh?
Time to strike. He's behind you.
The trick of distracting his sentry by throwing a pebble over his head or behind him is known as Yoji Kakuri.
This is gay. Daniel says I can't wait to play through the story. I've been staying clear of spoilers across. Yeah, me too, man. I've been doing that as well.
Ninjutsu. It is a sentry removal technique.
This is...
The ninja is careful to cover his tracks.
Ninja? Did you see how he said that? Ninja? Ninja! Ninja! I am tired. Ninja!
And leave no evidence of his passing.
Bro, they're fucking covered up in a bedsheet, you fucking idiot. How's it?
Thanks for watching. If you like this video, then watch this one about the master of no-touch knockouts, George Dillman, and bye-bye.
Yeah, fucking...
People know Bob Marley's music.
He is an odd character. On the one hand, he is a very highly acclaimed martial artist with an impressive resume, but on the other hand, he is the butt of jokes online and the poster boy for Bushido. He has trained with the likes of...
we're watching like fake martial artists. Fucking, you know, if you ever feel down or sad, like the state of MK1, you gotta watch that shit. It's the fucking most hilarious shit ever.
He has more money than you would think. He is thought of by some as a master and by others as a clown. One thing is for sure, he has more funny Bushido videos than anyone else on the planet. The king of no-touch knockouts. This is the George Dillman story.
My sensei. History.
Ooh, interesting.
It's a true story.
Hello guys, how's it going? You alright? I'm sure you all know who George Dillman is from the endless Bushido videos online about him. Stuff like this.
Bro, I would play a fighting game, right, with Dante, Ashida Kim, George Dillman, right? I would play that over MK1 any day of the week.
But maybe you're not too familiar with his life story, which is actually pretty interesting.
Bullshito, that's right, man.
In this video, we'll be looking at some of the more funny examples of Bushido from our man Dillman, plus his history in martial arts, how much money is made, and much more. So let's get into it. Well, first, let's watch him knocking out some of his students.
And I'm going to imagine chi going from that hand to that hand with a touch.
Oh, we've already, Martin. Yeah, we've already done the interview. Yeah, you just have to. You'll have to scroll back.
No hit. Whoa. I reach back and just tap him back here. It's going to pass out. A little tap. Somebody help him. Somebody help him. Tap. And tap.
This is fucking horseshit.
Take it, take it, take it, take it. Is going to finish it. But when I tap him with that, which I'm not going to really do to him, because that really hurts. Oh, sorry. That one. I'll hit. And push in here. Hold it tight against your chest. Don't let me move. If I try to move his hand, I almost move him. He's a little child before I can move his hand.
Does it make me a bad person that I really wanted him to knock out that kid? He didn't. I guess even George has limits on who he'll knock out. So let's give George the benefit of the doubt and say that all of the knockouts that he did were genuine. Spoiler alert, they're not, but let's just say that they are. If that's the case, then George is a massive dick. He's knocking people out left, right and centre, which doesn't seem like a nice thing to do. If you've ever been knocked out, then you know that it's not a great feeling. Embarrassment, confusion, vulnerability are just a few of the feelings that you get when you're knocked out. Plus, if this is real, who knows what this is really doing to your brain and body? Who knows if hitting pressure points is really a safe thing to do? Seems like a dick move to me. That is pretty funny though. Well, now we've got that out of our system, let's get into some of the details and come back to the funny stuff. Most of this information is taken from Dillman's biography called Prometheus or his website. George...
All these dudes' websites is hilarious, eh? It's like the old, if anyone's old enough to remember, the old GeoCities type websites.
George was born on the 23rd of November 1972 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
This dude's fucking, what? 7 years older than me, so that'd make him 1972, I was 77, so no, 5 years older. This fucker's what? Or almost. What, 50? What, 52? 53 maybe?
Father was a military man and got him into combat sports. At the age of 9 he started judo, but this ended when he had a fight with his stepfather and left home. He then drifted around as a teenager and took up boxing. He would fight in small scale events in which he held a record of 25-3 after 3.5 years. After a while, George got sick of this lifestyle and followed in his father's footsteps by joining the military. George was put onto domestic duties and never fought in any wars as far as I know. So while on duty, Dillman was assigned to keep the peace in Washington DC following the assassination of Martin Luther King. While at the riot, George apparently took on 30 men and put 2 of them in the hospital. I'll come back to this and a lot of the claims later in the video, but just for now, if I say the word apparently, you should take the claim with a pinch of salt. bear in mind most of this information came from George, and George says things like this. George Dillman.
Wise words from George Dillman! Positive electricity on this side. There is a negative electricity back here. If it were possible for you to squeeze them together, the person is supposed to die. There's no way we know that.
Dillman began practicing karate in 1961, and apparently he won 327 trophies between 1969 and 1972. On his website, it lists these trophies were for fighting, forms, breaking, and weapons. While teaching karate,
Those things are fucking cut. These are already pre-cut, man. See? See the cut? Like you can see the line in the middle of each block.
while teaching karate, George the dirty little dog cheated on his wife with one of his female students.
Sneak into that hole.
His wife found out and offered to fight the mistress, but the fight never happened, and apparently the three of them now get along fine.
The little finger is important for women.
In 1972, he met a man called Hohan Soken, who gave him a set of notes introducing the fundamental concepts of Kyosho Jitsu. Kyosho Jitsu is a martial art focused on targeting pressure points.
Okay, alright. I need to get some sleep. Alright. I need to get some sleep. Dillman looks wide, he does, man. Dillman for DLC character for Tekken? What do you reckon? Hello, baby. Alright guys, I want to thank everyone. Grandpa. Nah. Leave it alone. Oh. So I'll be streaming at at 10. Bushin Rig Cat. Oh, $5. Thank you, bro. I'm getting 2 copies of Tekken 8 for PS5 by accident. Can't send it back. I'll mail you one. Oh, no. I don't have a PS5, bro. Give it to someone that could really use it, man. But thank you, though, for that. That's really kind of you. But no, give it to, if you want, you could advertise on the Discord. You know, if there's someone that might want it. Someone in far more need than I am, bro. But thank you. Thank you. Alright guys, I'll see you in a few hours for the next Iron Fist. Give it away on Discord. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if NA works here though. I'm not sure about if overseas copies of games would work though. I'm not 100% sure, man. No, don't. Damn cat's trying to eat the charging cable again. Alright guys, I'll leave it there. I'll see you in a few hours for Tekken 8, as long as it all works perfect. So, catch you next time.